For Bob to join. I just texted.
Or is Bob on?
He's not on yet, so
Okay.
I'm trying to get him. Just give us a minute.
What about Bob? Bob, we're waiting for you. Okay. For those of you at home, we're waiting to get Councilmember Engler on board, and we are doing some technical maneuvering here on our end. It'll be a few moments. For those of you at home, we're waiting to get Councilmember Engler on board, and we're doing some technical maneuvering here on our end. It'll be a few moments. Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, we do roll call, please.
Councilmember Newman,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Here.
Councilmember Engler,
Here on Zoom.
and Mayor McNamee.
Here. I'd like to make the announcement that Councilmember Engler will be participating remotely tonight under AB 2449 guidelines due to official city travel. I have already received his city written request on this. Pursuant to the bill's requirements, I will ask Mr. Engler, is there anyone who is 18 years or older in your room?
No, sir.
Excellent. So I'm going to turn this over to City Attorney Tracy Noonan. Tracy?
Thank you, Mayor McNamee. We have two closed sessions tonight, both of them on existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. The first one is Clint versus Gessler, and the second one is Robinson versus City of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you very kindly. We're going to go into closed session now. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee. We have two closed sessions tonight, both of them on existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. The first one is Clint versus Gessler, and the second one is Robinson versus City of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you very kindly. We're going to go into closed session now. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
No.
All right, we are back. Let's do the following. Tracy Noonan, our city attorney, is going to give us a report of the closed session.
And I actually have nothing to report.
Nicely done. I'd like everyone to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I'd like to just make the announcement that earlier in the meeting, we did make the announcement that Councilmember Engler is participating remotely under AB 2449 guidelines. And Councilmember, we're glad you're able to join us. We have some special presentations today. I'm going to move to the podium for that special presentation, correct? I'll be right there. Give me a moment. Been the business recognition program, but unfortunately, due to scheduling challenges, we will be postponing that recognition item for a later date. Now, I would like to present a commendation to Rory Sky, outgoing Caneo Open Space Conservancy Agency Chair, known as COSCA. Rory is someone who has dedicated to community service in our community for over 4 decades. She has attended 200 meetings or more in a time when we struggle to find community members to serve on committees. COSCA has had some volunteers for 43 years. Even prior to her service with COSCA, Rory was advocating for the protection of open spaces, even advocating for the creation of COSCA. When COSCA was created, she stepped up to make sure it was successful. Is Rory here with us today? Come on over, young lady. Why am I doing this without you by my side? This is your recognition. Please join me. While we spend a lot of time talking about how Rory's conservation work has benefited people, come on over here and face that way. I believe that's where the camera is. It is equally important that Rory has always been a strong advocate for all the living creatures that call open space home. COSCA current management policies and guidelines place the protection of natural resources as COSCA's primary mission. And this is likely an outgrowth of Rory's commitment to nature. As a conservation professional with the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy and a number of other conservation JPAs, she brought a lot of conservation and natural resources expertise to the COSCA board. This aided our elected members in making important resource management decisions. We are commemorating Rory's long-term service to our community, but she is not currently retiring from the conservation. She did not get permission from the council here, so that's not happening. We are fortunate that our community will continue to benefit from her ongoing commitment to conservation. Thank you, Rory, for all that you do for our community. Please say a few words about your involvement there.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Yes, it was a big surprise at the COSCA meeting last Wednesday that there were a lot of old-time faces in the audience, and it was wonderful to see everybody. Grant Brimhall was there, John Prescott, Mark Town, a lot of folks that have been involved with COSCA over the years, Claudia Bill de la Pena. I must say, it's hard to believe that was over 40 years since we worked, a bunch of us in a nonprofit worked to create Casca with Tex Ward and former council member Francis Prince and former park board member Doris Granholm. And what an amazing organization it is. So again, it was my pleasure, my civic duty, a great joy to be involved with the organization. And you now, my successor, Dorothy Sullivan, will do an excellent job, and she's here in the audience too. So many, many thanks to the council and to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Rory, just as a thought, the strength of Thousand Oaks is that our community members have such a commitment to the strength of our city, and you're
Yes.
part of that, and we thank you. I'd like you to join my fellow council members and myself up in front for an opportunity to take
All
a
right.
photograph. Walk with me. Thank you again, Rory, for your service to the city, and we appreciate it. We've been better off as a city because of your efforts. Let's go to item 8, public comments. Madam Clerk.
This is the time and place for public comments. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 10 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'd just like to let everyone know the ground rules. Please direct your comments to the council in general, not specific council members or the mayor. And also at 15 seconds left, so you can wrap up your thoughts and comments, I will quietly say 15 seconds. So that way you can bring it to closure in a timely fashion. I'm going to ask the first speaker to come up, and then I'll call the second person to find a seat behind so you can quickly come up and we can keep it moving forward. So the first one we have up at the podium is Hudson Friedman. Hudson, please come on up to the podium. And Ann O'Neill. Ann, you'll be behind. Go ahead and have a seat in one of the chairs behind, and I'll call you up as soon as the speaker before you is done. And that's how we'll proceed through all the speakers. So with that, Hudson, you've got 3 minutes. You can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak here tonight. I'm Hudson Friedman, a high school junior, here to address the widespread issue of hate crimes affecting our world, country, and local community. The loss of life in the Middle East is beyond devastating, and it's crucial to unanimously agree that no one in our community should feel unsafe for being themselves. The Anti-Defamation League reports a 388% rise in anti-Semitic incidents this year, including harassment, vandalism, and assault. Before this surge, synagogues faced mass shootings, and during the pandemic, flyers were put up in various cities wrongly blaming Jews for COVID-19. The current statistics and occurrences are causing great concern. As I address you today, I can't ignore my apprehension about speaking out. Many who have dared to raise their voices on such issues have faced discrimination or even worse, violence. But fear should not silence us, and that is why I feel the responsibility to speak up. I don't intend to criticize past efforts in combating anti-Semitism and hate crimes. Many have worked tirelessly in addressing these issues. However, the current situation is highly strained. Just this past week, a Jewish man was tragically killed at the intersection of Thousand Oaks and Westlake Boulevard, a stark manifestation of hatred right in the heart of our community. In this protest, chants like, quote, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," end quote, were heard. This slogan advocates for the forceful removal of people and the annihilation of Israel, lacking any peaceful intent. It is high time that we take meaningful action to demonstrate that our community is built off of unity rather than divisiveness. When divisiveness takes the form of targeting people based off of their race, religion, or sexuality, it escalates hate to an alarming degree, and there should be no tolerance for that. When my family moved here approximately 8 years ago, our temple did not require security measures. However, today, it has required more and more. As a high school student, I constantly feel vulnerable and fearful of encountering anti-Semitism, whether at school or in the local community. In fact, just a week ago, a wall in my school was vandalized in graffiti with the words that read, quote, "End Israel apartheid," end quote. The presence of a mezuzah beside my front door makes me worry about the safety of my home. Attending Jewish events feels risky. The fear is not just mine, it's shared among my friends, my peers, and their families. It is a fear that seems to have taken over our community, a fear of hate, a fear of anti-Semitism. As the representatives of our city, I ask that you please consider these 2 main points. Number 1, discuss potential ways to engage and educate the community about the importance of diversity and tolerance. And number 2, and most importantly, please monitor all protests by either enhancing surveillance in areas that are crucial or adding cameras and ensuring a visible law enforcement presence. Zero tolerance for
15
hate
seconds.
speech is essential. It is sad that hate has found its way into our community. It is sad that I feel the obligation to address this very issue, yet we must stand
Thank you
against
very
it.
much. Appreciate your comments. Ann O'Neill. Ann, go ahead and step up. And behind Ann, we have Daisy Segura Longora. Go ahead and have a seat, Stacy, behind. So Ann, go ahead and begin. You have 3 minutes when you start.
Hi, my name is Ann O'Neill. I'm an RN who teaches nursing students at a detox, non-residential drug rehab in Oxnard. I also am a parent of an adult with disabilities, so I know a lot about group homes and somewhat about the Fair Housing Act. What is happening, which is very alarming to me, is all over Thousand Oaks, probably all over California, they're opening in residentials on courts with children next to Conejo School, acute drug detox rehabs in homes, and also acute psych care. What they've done, these are really treatment centers. There's 3 in my neighborhood alone. They're not ideal for the client. They also, what happens is they come under the guise of a group home. A group home is supposed to be 600 people that care, that they go for a home and they need assistance. What is happening here, these are groups that are highly paid by insurance companies and are not homes. They are 4 to 8 weeks, as long as they stay there. It's only a 4 to 8 week period. So they are very much a treatment center, and they don't have nurses in them. So why did they pick these spots rather than, there's one across the street from me that has 10 to 15 cars, and it's next door to a 2-year-old, and it's not safe. Why isn't it safe? Because detox, somebody going into detox is often heroin, fentanyl, or meth, a combination of. They come in high. They don't get medicine to help, usually for 2 to 3 days till they hit a certain level of withdrawal. The other with acute psych, and it's up to $30,000 with the insurance companies per person per month. That's huge money. So what is happening, and it's going to expand, it's expanding rapidly, is this is giant money, and it is not appropriate in residential areas. It is harder to open a hairdresser business than it is a detox center next door to you. And this is happening, if it's 3 in my neighborhood, and it's all over the place. So the other is they're definitely businesses, because One La Ventana is on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, their corporate office, and they have stocks, and they have 10 to 15 cars in front of my house, and they're making a lot of money. So they're clearly a business. So they don't have business codes because they sneak in secretly under the guise of being a group home. And that's how they're licensed. So the care isn't being covered for the clients. And the neighbors, it's pretty much a potential disaster. And the other is, I'm probably running out of time.
15 seconds.
15 seconds. Well, you get the message. So if you could please I did contact the state. I have a complaint in. There is some codes that can be done locally, I think. So thank you.
Next up, we have Daisy, and after Daisy, if Mary Maver would come down and sit behind, and I will call you up shortly. Daisy, you'll have 3 minutes as soon as you begin. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council members and city staff. My name is Daisy, and I reside with Ventura County. I am a student of California Channel Islands State University, and I am a youth leader with a community organization called Buen Vecino, which means good neighbors in Spanish. I'm here to share good news with the City Council and the general public, which is the new law that has recently passed and that will open up for new opportunities in Thousand Oaks to address the critical need for more affordable housing in the city. The new law and Senate Bill for the Affordable Housing on the Faith and Higher Education Lands Act of 2023. This law will take place in January 1st, 2024. SB will allow faith institutions such as churches, synagogues, along with nonprofit colleges to use a portion of the property to build affordable housing by right. SB 4 is a powerful new tool to empower religious institutions to take an active role in addressing the crisis we are currently experiencing due to inadequate supply of affordable housing. This law unlocks new land for affordable housing production, creating opportunities for housing for veterans, seniors, people with disabilities, low and moderate income earners, and other community members in need. Another major group that is impacted by high cost of housing is young adults such as myself, who would love to live here, plant roots, and raise a family, but who are currently priced out of the market and left with a few choices but to leave the community. SB 4 will allow churches and nonprofit colleges to help elevate this crisis by building a safe, stable, affordable home for our local residents and families on their own properties. This law requires 100% of these housing developments and must be affordable. SB will empower faith institutions to expand and deepen the role they play with the community of serving God and the needs of our family. Equally important, SB 4 can boost our local economy by generating jobs for construction and workforce. We are calling on the city to undertake a robust outreach campaign to local faith institutions to raise their awareness of affordable housing on the Faith and Higher Education Lands Act, to provide congregations with education and support in understanding the details of law, and to encourage them to explore how they can apply this law to properties. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Mary Maver, and after Mary, Fred Fukunaga. Come on down, Fred, and have a seat behind. Go ahead, begin when you're ready.
Good evening. This is my first time public speaking. So my name is Mary Metter, and I'm a nurse at Los Robles Hospital, and I work in the CCU, or Coronary Care Unit. I have worked at Los Robles Hospital for 21 years, and I've been a member of this community since 1987. I'm a member of SEIU 121RN and a bargaining team member for our hospital. And we've been bargaining for the last 6 months with HCA, which Los Robles is part of, and also with our sister hospitals, West Hills and Riverside. HCA is one of the most profitable healthcare corporations in the country, and they're notoriously, anti-union. Just this year, the National Labor Relations Board decision was held that found that our management actually tried to intimidate our licensed professionals when they tried to organize in 2020. Management also threw us out of the hospital in the midst of our strike this year, within the last month. They removed flyers from our union boards. They changed the key locks on our union boards. And they've also been intimidating our staff for wearing buttons or stickers, and that's a protected right under law. HCA is notorious for cutting corners, and SEIU staffing report actually found that HCA understaffs their hospitals by 30% nationwide. This is no way to treat nurses, professionals, and staff who have been here caring for our community through COVID and then beyond. Patients deserve better, and our staff deserves better. There's been a long-standing culture of fear at our hospital about speaking up, which is why this is the first time I've actually spoken up, is fear. But we're ready now, and so we're speaking out. The issues that we're striking for, first is out of ratio. So as a state, California has mandated what a safe nurse-to-patient staff ratio is. The example is in critical care. As a nurse, I can take care of a max of 2 patients, but if someone is very critical, we only take care of 1. But we have had a continuous issue with HCA having nurses out of ratio throughout the hospital. Nurses are leaving our hospital, not for higher pay, but because they want more support. There's been a lack of lunch and rest breaks, which leads to fatigue and sometimes even illness. And on my unit, unsafe staffings meet a patient who's had a heart attack or a major surgery may not get the care that they need. HCA has also refused to make an effort to keep our nurses and our staff safe. They've refused to put metal detectors in our hospital in high-traffic areas. And as you see in the media, almost every day there's new acts of violence happening.
15 seconds.
So I want to thank the council for allowing us to come and speak today, and I want to ask for your support and our community support in our strike. I've also given you a flyer as well to look at.
Next
Thank
up,
you.
we have Fred Okanaga. Am I close, Fred? And after that will be Karen Wilburn, if Karen would come down and sit behind. Fred, you're on. You have
That's
3
fine,
minutes
Mr.
when we
Mayor.
begin.
Mr. Mayor, city council members and city staff, thank you for letting me speak here. I want to address the general plan portion that refers to the Borchard parcel, in particular, section 18.4 regarding the Borchard property. After probably a couple of years of personal research, going door to door in the area, driving the entire area of the Borchard property to include the Wendy Drive side and the Borchard side, to include just this afternoon about 4 o'clock. And after having attended the Planning Commission meeting last night, I have come to the conclusion, unfortunately, that for the entire general plan, which is great, that one small portion, the Borchard property, I think needs to be changed from mixed use to back to any kind of residential zoning. And right now it's R1. But the reason being that, as pointed out in the Borchard property, section 18.4, it says, provide street connections to Alice Drive, Denise Street, and Michael Drive, and then coordination with the Ventura County Watershed Protection District will be required. What that means as far as the street connections is that traffic coming either out of or into the Borchard property is going to cause a tremendous amount of traffic congestion, in my particular opinion. Again, I've driven that area so much that I could say I've driven easily 100 times, to include this afternoon. And I see that there is no way that a mixed-use project there will benefit more than hurt the adjacent neighborhoods and Newbury Park in general. Keeping in mind that you have this giant housing project that's going up on Newberry Road at Kelly Road, near the old Conejo Valley High School, that's going to put pressure on the Borchard Road side. And then on the Wendy side drive, which is one lane, I've mentioned this before, going either way, with a bicycle lane and street parking available, I can't see how that street can accommodate the extra traffic if it's mixed use. Either the street has to be rearranged and people are going to be robbed of their parking spaces out in front, which I know they appreciate probably now, and it's going to change the complexion of the area. I don't think a lot of people realize how much pressure that's going to put on traffic going all the way up to probably Lynn Road. And the intersections on the Wendy Drive side at the intersection of Okanell Road at the 101 on-ramp, as bad as it is, that's going to exponentially increase, I think. And
Thank
on
you.
the Borchard
Next
Road
up-
side
Next up,
at
we
the
have
101, it's
Karen
going to be bad.
Wilburn, and after Karen Wilburn, we'll move to Zoom for Corey Clark. Karen,
you for your
please
time.
step up.
I didn't know Fred was going to speak tonight. Good evening, I'm Karen Wilburn, 24-year resident of Newbury Park. As you probably know, last night on a tie vote, the Planning Commission failed to recommend adoption of the general plan. Commissioner Lincoln Ferris heard our concerns and agreed they cannot support changing the land use of the Borchard parcel. They agreed mixed use does not align with the context of the neighboring community, and clearly Newbury Park, who I believe represents about 30% of the voting population, is against it. However, both were willing to recommend the plan if the Borchard parcel remained as currently zoned, and wanted to make a motion to that effect. Much to our surprise, City Attorney Patrick Heher advised the commission against that, adding a change at this point could jeopardize approving of the housing element. This left them with an all-or-nothing approach. Both commissioners took the courageous position that in good conscience they could not recommend a plan with such a major flaw. In 2021, Commissioner McMahon also spoke out against mixed use on this site, saying it was better suited to neighborhood lower medium. But last night, she felt it was more important to move the plan forward, so she voted in favor. Based on this and her 2021 comments, I believe she would have supported removing this parcel from the plan if not for Mr. Heer's warning. In my conversations with council members, I understood the possibility of making a last-minute change to the land use map was within the power of the city council and was not a done deal. Now we're being told we can't go back because the council endorsed the map in 2021. Then I have to ask, what were the last 2 years of public feedback and engagement about? Were we doomed to lose from the beginning? I don't understand this conclusion. The housing element is about RHNA, housing equity, et cetera. It specifically did not include this parcel on the RHNA sites, knowing the state would not accept them as a realistic capacity. Therefore, in preparation of the December 5th vote, I ask each council member individually, to avoid Brown Act issues, to reach out to the city attorney and discuss this. This issue is just too important to rely on an opinion which may not have been thoroughly researched and only voiced the night of the meeting. Has the city reached out to the State Housing and Community Development? In the end, if the position doesn't change, then I hope that each of you council members listen to the residents who elected you by taking the lead and showing the same level of courage that Commissioners Link and Ferris showed last night. I want to thank each of you as well as city staff for all your hard work and dedication. Now let's bring this home next month by making the right decision and leaving your
15
legacy
seconds.
as this council one that passed a general plan that benefits the entire community. Thank you.
Next up, we have Corey Clark on Zoom, and after that will be on Zoom Patricia Manzanito.
Mr.
Corey?
Mayor, none
Yes.
of the Zoom speakers are present.
None of the Zoom speakers are present. Okay, so we will again, are we all gone? Excellent, all right. Thank you for the update. Then go over to City Manager for any follow-up.
Just very quickly, I know staff is going to catch a couple individuals, our police chief, regarding our first speaker talking about hate crimes, and Mrs. O'Neill talked about the state-governed challenges we experience with the sober living facilities. Community Development Director Kelvin Parker is going to catch her as well.
Excellent, thank you. We're going to move to consent calendar. Item 9, any questions or items to pull by council members? Very good. We have several speakers. Let's do the ones in-house. Jack Bernard. Jack, please come on down. You have, again, 3 minutes. I'll let you know if 15 seconds you have left. And then after that, Diego Martinez. And Diego, if you would have a seat behind, that would be excellent. So, Jack, go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Jack Bernard. I'm a 19-year resident of Thousand Oaks, a climate and transportation activist, and an avid e-biker. I am here tonight to speak in support of items 9I and 9J and remind you why projects like these are so important for the well-being of our city. Unfortunately, our main form of transportation is extremely unsafe, unjust, and harmful for our environment. Over 41,000 people die on American roadways every single year. That is 41,000 mothers, fathers, parents, and children who will never return to the dinner table. Every one of these deaths needs to be treated like the tragedy that it is. I can guarantee you that if every year a meteor came crashing down to Earth in the exact same place and killed 41,000 people annually, our government would immediately come together and put all of our resources into stopping that from happening. Yet the United States idly stands by and actively invests in deadly, inefficient, and unsustainable transportation networks. We are now feeling the effects of this right here in our own community. Just a few weeks ago, 4 Pepperdine University students were tragically killed by a car crash on the Pacific Coast Highway. 4 young, high-achieving students falling victim not to drunk driving and not even to a freak accident, just the standard attached cost associated with car dependency. Just recently, one of our own citizens, a man walking on Kimber Road, was struck by a motorist and tragically lost his life. This is simply unacceptable, and we need to be moving forward to reduce deaths on our roadways to 0, as stated in the 2045 General Plan. Projects like this are the way to do that. These Class 4 bike lanes along our major arterial roadways will not only encourage more people to ditch the car and get on a bike, but it places more of a priority on cycling in the eyes of motorists, as roads and streets are designed for people, no matter how they choose to use it. This is still not enough, though. If Thousand Oaks is to meet its Paris Agreement goal in reducing VMTs by over 40 to 50%, we need more infrastructure for cycling and public transportation as soon as possible. We need concrete, not plastic bollards. We need bicycle signals, not sharrows. For crying out loud, I cannot even get home from the city council meeting by our bus system if I wanted to. I applaud the city for getting these projects all the way here to the design phase and the increased priority on bicycle lanes in every roadway during the restriping process, but let's not forget that there is still lots more work to be done. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Diego Martinez, and after Diego, we're going over to Jackson Piper. Diego, you've got 3 minutes when you begin.
Thank you. Hi, Council. I'm Diego Martinez, a resident of Santa Rosa Valley. I'm here to support items 9I and 9J for bike and pedestrian improvements. Also, we need to decrease vehicle miles traveled, and this is exactly how we're going to do that. Less car infrastructure and more bike and pedestrian infrastructure. Thank you for committing to fixing our transportation infrastructure and getting people out of cars and onto bikes. The goal is for these facilities to be used by everyone, not just people that can't afford cars or avid cyclists. These projects are great leaps forward. The goal is to have protected intersections and concrete, steel, or tree-protected bike lanes. Regarding the Lynn Road bike lane, there is a huge gap in the network at the crossing of the 101. It has almost no facilities for bikes. I am looking forward to seeing improved safety features for vulnerable road users there specifically. I also recently sent details to the Traffic Engineering Division for a standard low-wall concrete barrier that are being used in many cities in North America. They solve the drainage problems of K-rail or Jersey barriers and is much more comfortable for cyclists because it's not too high to hit the handlebars. They are very simple to just put into already buffered painted bike lanes, so any plans we have to implement more Class 2 painted bike lanes, or for whatever reason, please consider adding a 2-foot buffer so in the future we can make them Class 4 protected bike lanes just by plopping these barriers down. The minimum general purpose lane width is 9 to 10 feet, but many of our lanes are 12 feet. So you can shrink down the lanes. That gives you 2 feet to plop these barriers down and make it much safer for bikes in Thousand Oaks. Thank you for these projects, and keep moving the city in the right direction, away from cars. Thank you.
Next up on Zoom, we have Jackson Piper. Jackson, go ahead and begin. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jackson Piper from unincorporated Newbury Park. I'm also here to speak in support of items 9I and 9J. I believe that the other speakers have expressed most of what I wanted to say, but I think that it is important that we look at shifting transportation modes in Thousand Oaks so that it is not solely realistically dominated by car travel. I understand people love using their cars in most cases, but even with the switch to electric vehicles, the reality is that a lot of pollution is still caused by cars, even the electric ones. The friction of tires on the road surface and the friction of brake pads engaging causes a lot of dust and particulate matter in the air. So it's a public health matter, both in terms of pollution and in terms of activity that human beings experience in the city, to get people out there more walking and biking on our streets instead of just sitting in a car, taking it from point A to point B, and repeating that ad nauseum for every destination. I agree with my co-speakers on this about the need eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, of adding more significant protection to these bike lanes, because the reality is that paint just doesn't protect people. The plastic bollards will be visually better than just paint, but I don't think will do much to stop a heavy vehicle from potentially sliding into, bike lanes or a sidewalk and taking someone out. And the reality is that a lot of people are just not going to feel comfortable with, something less than a barrier that can't be crossed by a vehicle, protecting them from traffic that's often going 35, 45, 55 miles an hour next to them. So I commend the city for these steps, for adding these bike lanes and protecting them with some distance and some bollards, but I do hope the city continues to build out a network that is even more significant and that is more heavily protected in order to actually encourage people to get out of their cars, go through their community on bikes and on foot safely, and really see that as a viable mode of transportation as an alternative to the car.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
That concludes our public speakers on this consent calendar. Could I have a motion for Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mayor. I move the entire consent calendar, item 9.
Madam Clerk, can we call the vote?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0, and I have 2 ordinance titles to read. Ordinance adjusting and setting rates and fees of City Water Division uncodified and amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code Title 10 Utilities Chapter 2 Water, ordinance number 1720-NS. And ordinance adjusting and setting rates and fees of City Wastewater Division uncodified and amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code Title 10 Utilities Chapter 1 Wastewater, ordinance number 1721-NS.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please open the public hearing for item 10A, Jan's Marketplace Hotel Project?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 10A, Jan's Marketplace Hotel Project, 225 North Moore Park Road. Speakers are requested to state their name for the record and their community of residence. 8 people have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 4 minutes. Applicants and appellants are allowed 15 minutes each with a 5-minute rebuttal. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. We will move to our city staff, Scott Kolwitz, Senior Planner, for a presentation. Scott, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, members of the public, for being here with us tonight to talk about the Jan's Marketplace Hotel Project. The presentation that I'm going to take you through, it's about 15 minutes or so. I'm going to try to go through it as quickly as possible, and of course, we'll be here for you if you have any follow-up questions. So the request before you this evening is to certify the Jan's Marketplace Hotel EIR in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act for the project consisting of the permits on the screen. In particular, there's a zone change that's requested to change a portion of the Jan's Marketplace from our C3 Community Shopping Center to C3H, which is Community Shopping Center but with a height overlay, which would allow a structure to be constructed up to a maximum of 75 feet. There is a tentative track map which is proposed, which would allow for the subdivision of one commercial lot into 3 separate lots for the purpose of being able to sell off the hotel separately from the retail components. There is a development permit that's proposed, which would allow for the construction of the hotel and some new commercial space, as well as the demolition of some existing space. Folded into that request are 2 waivers from the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, and those waivers would allow the existing structural coverage of the Jan's Marketplace to be maintained at approximately 35%, and for the parking supply to remain as is. Technically, that does result in a 30% reduction in the amount of required parking from our code. And finally, a special use permit to allow the sale and consumption of alcohol on the premise. In terms of the location, the project site is located within the Jan's Marketplace, which is an approximately 611,000 square foot shopping center on 38 acres. The proposed hotel contains an existing building, or is located where there's an existing building today with a two-story massing. It's the former Marshall's department store site. That was there until 2017, and various dental offices that have been out there, and various pop-up stores have been in those same facilities through to present day. Most notably, the Reign of Terror, but there's been other stores that have been there as well. So the first floor of this project site would be split between the hotel and the retail space. And on the screen, I'm highlighting the hotel's ground floor, which consists of an indoor space, an outdoor courtyard, and a special events area. And the entries of the hotel would be on the east and the west side of the building where the stars are on the screen. The retail space, which I'm outlining here in blue, would be about 13,000 square feet, and there's opportunities to construct exterior outdoor patios for outdoor dining for those spaces. We don't know exactly where the entries to those buildings or those units are going to be, but the stars are potential locations where they could be. All the remaining floors above would be hotel rooms. They would repeat each other as it goes up, with the exception of the second floor. There would be an added pool deck, outdoor pool deck on that second floor. Special events, including weddings, are allowed with the proposed development, provided that they don't include more than 250 total persons attending those items or those events. A permit would be required if there are 251 or more individuals attending. The special events are subject to noise and security conditions, and the special events could include live entertainment. Special events were included in the parking analysis that I'll get to later in this presentation, so just wanted to let you know that up front. As far as height, so the maximum height in the C3 zone today is 35 feet, and that's represented with the dashed red line going across the screen. What's being requested is a 75-foot height, which is represented by the solid red line on the screen. The building itself would consist of different component parts, a ground floor of 20 feet, other floors 10 feet each, going up to a total of 60 feet. We would have a 4-foot parapet, bringing the total structure to 64 feet. There would be various mechanical rooms on the top of the building, but set back from the building's edge, bringing the total height up to 70 feet. And there's a decorative architectural element that's being proposed that ranges in height between 68 and 71 feet. And finally, there's a fire department required stair tower that goes all the way to the roof, and that tops out at 73 feet. Because this site is flat, there's no additional height relative to grading. So with the approval of the C3H zone height overlay that's being requested, this project would be consistent with the height requirements. We did review the project for consistency with the existing general plan, with the draft general plan that'll be coming to you shortly, and the city's economic development strategic plan. I'm not going to read the text that's on the screen. We can come back to this if you have questions, but what we found was that the project is consistent with all three of those policy documents. Likewise, we looked at the project for consistency with the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, specifically the zoning regulations. And again, we found that the project was consistent with all of our zoning standards, with the exception of height, which they're requesting the height overlay, and the 2 waivers. And I'm going to walk us through those 2 waivers at this point in time. So in terms of the height overlay, I wanted to provide context for what's out there today. So the proposed site, the building is going to be 73 feet as requested. Surrounding the site, the site that was previously occupied by the Burlington Coat Factory, that building is 44 feet tall today. And the Regal Cinema building is just shy of 41 feet tall. The parking structure, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed hotel, is just shy of 48 feet tall. And there's a building just to the west of the Jan's Marketplace, originally constructed for Exxon's Corporation regional headquarters, and that building is just shy of 70 feet tall. Additionally, if you go south of Hillcrest Drive, there's a property that has a C3H zone across the entirety of that property. As part of this project, one of the things that we did was we went through a peer review line of sight studies to illustrate what the proposed height of this building would look like in context. And I'm going to take you through two of those images at this point in time. There were additional images that were included in both the staff report as well as the environmental impact report. So this is a view of the project site on East Hillcrest Drive looking north. And we had the team actually take out the landscaping in the image on the right so you could actually see the hotel, but what we see is the view of the hotel is largely blocked from public view by existing topography, signage, as well as landscaping. If you were entering the site from Moore Park Road and going through the parking field, an incremental view of the hotel could be seen. And in addition, we still maintain a view of Fireworks Hill off to the right side of the hotel, of the proposed hotel. The Planning Commission supported the height overlay request, as the new 5-story hotel would not create a conflict of scale or intensity of use. The hotel, they found, was to be located in an area that already has 2 to 5-story massings of buildings, and it would be directly adjacent to a 4-story parking structure, as well as another building with a 4-story massing. And the existing Jan's Marketplace physical development, as seen from the public vantage points, would largely be unchanged when this project is constructed, as this building is in the center of the Jan's Marketplace itself. In terms of the building structure coverage, this one is a really small, nuanced one. So, taking us through the steps here, the site coverage is 25% is what's supposed to be out there today, but the existing Jan's Marketplace has a 35% coverage. When we demolish the building that's there today, we're actually going to reduce the coverage by 3%. But then when we build the new building back, we're going to increase it by slightly more than 3%. So it's effectively a net wash from the existing condition today. And the Planning Commission supported granting the maximum building and structural coverage waiver to maintain that approximately 35% coverage, largely because we're really not going to perceive what that feels like on a day-to-day basis, given the amount of development and the total size of the property. And one other note we wanted to make sure we're all aware of is the creation of the 3 airspace subdivision parcels will not alter the building coverage statistics at all. In terms of parking, the Jan's Marketplace today has a total of 2,642 parking spaces across the entirety of the shopping center, and that's shared with all tenants in the Jan's Marketplace. That number of parking spaces currently has a 16% reduction of parking spaces as compared to what's required by our code. The Jan's Marketplace Hotel project is not proposing any additional parking spaces, but they are creating demand. So if we look at the pure numbers, what we would see is that there's a 30% reduction in the number of parking spaces compared to the required parking spaces that we need. But parking is to continue to be shared by all of the tenants within the Jan's Marketplace. And that idea that shared parking is important, and the primary reason for shared parking is to reduce the number of parking spaces to a reasonable number that satisfies demand, but not to a total which would be less than necessary. So the question becomes, what's necessary? To answer that, we went through a parking analysis, and the Parking Commission supported granting the parking waiver for the Jan's Marketplace because the shared parking supply can be met by parking demand. The shared parking analysis found that actual parking usage data demonstrated that peak parking occupancy within the Jan's Marketplace today did not exceed 42% of all available parking spaces. As the Jan's Marketplace is approximately 40% vacant, parking demand counts were calibrated to what it would be if it was 100% occupied and if the hotel was at 100% occupancy as well. And that resulted in a parking demand of 1,933 parking spaces. Another item that we wanted to point out was the hotel's peak hour parking demands occur in the evening, while the Jan's Marketplace tenants typically have their highest demands during the day. So there's an offset, if you will. And with those facts in mind, the Planning Commission agreed with staff's analysis that the 2,642 shared parking spaces can accommodate a parking demand of 1,933 parking spaces. A trip generation analysis was also conducted consistent with the city's methodologies. And this considered the existing retail trip generation as well as the proposed project. So the state does give the city broad authority to create our own local thresholds. And within the city of Thousand Oaks, project-specific traffic study and vehicle miles traveled analysis is not required unless a project generates less than 100 PM peak hour trips. The trip generation analysis that we utilized, that was consistent with the city's methodologies, calculated that the net amount of future traffic that would be generated by the proposed project would result in a net increase of 41 PM peak hour trips compared to the existing entitlement and retail use square footage. And 41 is less than 100 PM peak hour trips. So accordingly, a study was not required, and we found that the VMT impact was less than significant and no VMT mitigation measures were required. Additionally, while we have those quantitative numbers, it's likely that the trip generation for VMT for the project site might actually be less than what those numbers indicate, because this is an infill development with multimodal amenities, including a pedestrian walkway internal to the Jan's Marketplace and available infrastructure with bicycle lanes and transit stops surrounding the Jan's Marketplace. The Planning Commission as a whole agreed that the trip generation analysis and conclusions were accurate and consistent with the city's methodologies. However, one planning commissioner did disagree with the city's net increase methodology. No substantial evidence was provided to the commission to conclude that the trip generation analysis was inconsistent with the city's adopted methodologies or inaccurate. As the project trips generation analysis was found to be consistent with the City of Thousand Oaks methodologies, the whole of the Planning Commission found that the VMT analysis was accurate. The Planning Commission staff report also included a discussion of level of service, or LOS, to demonstrate consistency with the general plan's policies and goals, but not CEQA, because CEQA no longer looks at traffic from an LOS perspective. But we did look at the project consistent with the general plan. Currently, the city maintains a minimum LOSC at most signalized intersections throughout the city. However, there are specific intersections which are allowed to operate at a lesser level, LOSD. The Moore Park Hillcrest Drive intersection is allowed to operate at LOSD. What we found in the analysis was that, first off, the study was not required because we were under that 100 PM peak hour trips, but moving through the study anyways, we used data that was pulled from 2016 when Marshall's was still still in operation, through 2020, right before the pandemic, when traffic was still operating as business as usual, if you will, for a conservative look. And we also considered what development has transpired since those periods in time and found that there hasn't been substantial development that would alter any of the data that we collected over those periods of time. What came out of that, the traffic division determined that all existing intersections currently operate at LOSC or better during both morning and peak hour periods in consideration of this project. So we find that this project is consistency with those policy objectives. This project would also be required to pay all regular mitigation fees that would also go to help improve our traffic system throughout the entire city. And we did review the project in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and the EIR evaluated the project's physical development as well as reasonable uses and foreseeable impacts that aren't related necessarily to physical things. And the evaluation determined that the project would not have a significant effect on the environment with implementation of mitigation measures. Just to confirm with all of you, we did go through both a 30-day public notice of preparation process and scoping meeting at the beginning of the environmental review period to talk about what would be in the EIR. And when we released the EIR, we went through the required 45-day public review period between August 11th and September 25th of this year, and submitted that document to the state to get regulatory agencies to comment upon it. Since the start of that 45-day public review period, we have received a grand total of 5 letters that have come back, 3 from public agencies, 2 from private entities. And both of those private entities, those letters came back after the close of the 45-day public review period. One of those letters was included in your second supplemental packet today. The city, we went through and prepared response to comments to all of those comments received, even though we did not have to provide response to comments for items that were received after the close of the period. And what we concluded from that was none of the comments received on the environmental impact for the project merited any substantial change to the environmental analysis or conclusions within the EIR. And none of the thresholds required to recirculate the EIR were triggered. So all the appropriate mitigation measures are in place to ensure that there won't be a significant impact on the environment. And those mitigation measures have been folded into the project conditions. So as the project would move forward, it would be required to implement those. So in conclusion, the proposed project has been evaluated for consistency with our policies and our codes. We found it consistent with all of those. We found that the proposed building design and site layout integrates well with the surrounding development and continues to evolve the Jan's Marketplace to modernize the buildings as tenants and communities' commercial needs continue to change and shift. And based on the whole of the record, the prepared findings, and the conditions of approval, we recommend that City Council takes the action on the screen. And with that, we're here for any questions you may have. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Council members, any questions? Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Kolwitz, for that very comprehensive report. Appreciate it. It was mentioned in the staff report and also during the Planning Commission hearing that there was testimony in support of this project from multiple existing tenants at Jantz Mall. Most of these were on the southern end of Jantz Mall, and I'm wondering whether the city received any commentary one way or the other from the immediate neighbors in the vicinity of this proposal.
We didn't receive any commentary from any of the tenants who are closest to the site, but the site is, there are vacant spaces that are in the general vicinity, so maybe lesser to pick from, but the Paneras, the Buca de Beppo's, we didn't receive any comments one way or another from anyone else.
All right. Regarding, my understanding is the primary focus of the hotels here is business-oriented, and I'm wondering if city staff has data, and I'll ask the applicant this as well, but if there's data citywide on occupancy rates for business hotels and also for hotels in general in our city.
The city staff, we don't have that readily. At the Planning Commission meeting, there were members from the chamber that spoke to that. I
see we have members of the chamber here tonight.
So we'll defer to their comments, but in summary, they said that we need new hotel within the city.
I've heard the same. I don't know whether the chamber rep plans to speak, but I want to be sure we do this correctly, process-wise. But if there is data on occupancy rates, I'd be interested to hear it in support of this. Then my final question is just to be sure I understand the pretext for ownership here. Do I understand correctly that the hotel property, the land and air rights, as you said, themselves, would change hands here, that there would be a new owner that is not the current owner?
In short, yes. It would allow for that to occur either at this point in time or in the future with the creation of the new subdivision.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you for that presentation. 2 questions. One, the mall currently is at around 40% vacancy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is kind of a challenge that we're seeing in a lot of areas, and the idea of trying to help boost demand for that mall, I love. I don't know what the right way to ask this is, but do we feel like a hotel is the best asset to drive that demand up?
I would say it's maybe one of many that could help, and a set of mixed uses might help. The applicant team might be able to best answer that from a market perspective.
Second question. From what it seems like, the hotel could be kind of the launch of what the mall can ultimately become in, let's say, the next 5, 10 years, et cetera. I don't think it was in the presentation, but the packet we received kind of mentioned that the mall would follow the kind of current design and color scheme. Maybe it's a question to you, but it could be a question to the applicant. Any consideration if, this is the launching point of what it could become, maybe designing it on kind of based on where we're headed, not kind of where the mall was in the past? Any conversation around that?
We did engage in a conversation with the applicant team about why this design. And it's an evolution of what's been out there. And the conversation essentially was, let's let the building continue to morph, if you will. This isn't to hold back the Jan's Marketplace from becoming anything else as time goes forward. But whatever is built in the future should continue to modify and just have that conversation in terms of the built form itself.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Adam.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the thorough presentation. And the hotel, I'm sure, can stand at its own merits, but I'm sure Newmark Merrill would also like to see the hotel attract more foot traffic to the Jan's Mall. This is a minor point, but which brings me to my question. The hotel wants to be as inviting as possible to the public. So why would the staff report not allow any kind of live entertainment in the hotel bar or the restaurant, only for special events? What would be the rationale for that? If I read the staff report right, which I think I did.
Thanks, Councilmember Adam. The code as it stands now requires a special use permit for live entertainment and has to go to the Planning Commission if it's within a particular radius of residential, which we have over on Wilbur to the northwest. So if they choose to go with permanent live entertainment, like many uses, restaurants in the area have gone through the process, they would need to exhaust that and come back to the Planning Commission for that request. So it's not weaved into this request at this time. They're looking for the hotel and certain uses that are ancillary to the use, including the events and special uses of the courtyards.
Mm-hmm. So if the hotel bar wanted to have a little combo in it, for example, based on the staff report, that wouldn't be possible and that would have to be stricken, correct?
Correct. The special use permit would be the process to override that. It's a use permit, so it's not a matter of right now, but they could go through the process to request that and go through the Planning Commission to have that granted. So it wouldn't be really necessarily modifying the condition. It just isn't a matter of right at this time.
Okay. Or it could be stricken altogether, couldn't it?
Certainly.
Okay, thanks.
And if I could add one more thing to that, the request was not made as part of the applicant team to allow the live entertainment within the hotel. So it wasn't a desired thing. In terms of special events could have live entertainment.
I understand the difference. However, it's my personal opinion that live entertainment in a hotel bar might be appropriate and further fulfill the purpose of the hotel to start with. So we'll talk about it. Thanks.
To dovetail on Councilmember Adams' question, is that right now it's not part of it because it has not gone through planning and the appropriate steps to make that a permanent part of this consideration here today. But down the road, we could, if as a council want to entertain that as a permanent opportunity for that lobby bar or whatever the case may be, correct?
Correct.
And if I might add on to that, we see this quite frequently, whether it's restaurants, bars, actions. A lot of times they like to get up and running. If it's not a core part of their business, they like get up and running, and then they go through that process. They identify, because it's usually if you're going to have it consistently. If you're going to have a Monday night, this thing, Tuesday night this thing. You want to get those stipulations in so you wrap it all into the SUP. You know what time that you're looking for, you know what those flexible components are. Sometimes at the outset, you just don't know.
Second and last question for you is that when we looked at this project originally with consideration, you spend millions of dollars bringing forth the money to develop a project such as this. Careful market analysis needs to be done, which it has, I understand, has been done. We are losing a good deal of business from people coming into the hospital to visit family, may stay a week or two, but they're now staying outside of the city, going to our neighboring sister cities, and we're losing, quote, that revenue. But also it's more convenient having it closer to the hospital here. Is that still correct?
We're going to defer that question as well to the both the chamber as well as the applicant, since they're the ones that'll have the market data on that.
Thank you. I'm going to do the following. Because Councilmember Engler can't give me a nod and a wink here to let me know he wants to do something. So Bob, feel free to jump in and just say, I've got a question, and I'll come back to you. So go ahead, Mr. Engler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, out here in Zoom land. Really questions, I think just clarification questions. One, I want all of our projects to be good neighbors to their area. Questions that I've been asked have to do with the visibility, and I appreciate the simulations that the staff has put out there for us. Is there any other areas that you looked at where the visibility of this building would be intrusive? In other words, perhaps coming down Wilbur to southbound, where you would see more of the building? Is there anywhere, this building sits pretty far back on the property, I understand, but have you, in your searching, have you found any place where this building is going to be looming over the neighborhood?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The images that we shared tonight were the most obtrusive images that were generated. If council wants to see the other images, I have those available and I can pull those up on the screen. But very generally described on Moore Park in Brazil, the existing building that's at the corner, currently where Starbucks is with the drive-through, that blocks a good chunk of the hotel from being seen. If you're on the south side of the Jan's Marketplace turning into it, you really can't see the structure at all. And if you're coming off of Wilbur where the parking structure is, you can't see it from Wilbur at all. You actually have to drive down through the private driveway, and then when you make the left turn going north around the parking structure, that's finally when you start really seeing this. Again, happy to share more images if that would be helpful, but we have shared the most visibly prominent images with the council already tonight.
Thank you, Bill. Those are the most impactful images, so I'd imagine the other ones aren't quite as impactful. The other question really has to do with the level of service / VMT analysis that you did. How that area, how do you bring into account cumulative effects of different uses in that area so that we do remain at an acceptable service level at these intersections, and also the VMT levels? How did you go about determining that again?
For that question, I'm going to have our Public Works team come down and answer it, since they are our subject matter experts on all things traffic and VMT.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Bueno with the Traffic Engineering Division. So in regards to this specific project, the city has a longstanding screening criteria to screen out projects based on that 100 p.m. peak hour trips that were mentioned in the presentation. No further study is required, but I have been out to the field to look at the Wilbur, specifically that segment, to see the capacity of that. And based on field observations during the peak hours, there's not significant traffic that would delay vehicles going into and out of that hotel. Staff will also take a look at the locations after the hotel's, if the hotel moves forward, to see if there's any adjustments that need to be made to the traffic signals or any intersection improvements. However, because it's because it's screened out, no additional study was required. And cumulative impacts are typically for the projects that would not screen out. So we would take a look at multiple projects that are currently proposed at that time. But because this project screened out, it's presumed to cause a less than significant impact.
Any other questions, Councilman?
Thank you.
Again, if you have any questions, please catch my attention with I have a question statement, and I'll come back to you. Thank you. With that, Council, any other questions for staff? Let's move forward to the applicant. Speaker, we have Altman Kadakia, if I'm saying it correctly. If you would please, from Greens Group, if you would please come up and to the microphone and make your presentation. You have 15 minutes, and you have a 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and respected City Council, City staff, and members of the audience. Thank you for having us here this evening. My name is Atman Kadakia, and I'm the Managing Principal here for Greens Development. We're based in Irvine, California, and we have numerous hotels, either open for business, several more in construction, and we're excited to develop this hotel here in the Jan's Marketplace in Thousand Oaks. One of the things that makes us unique is that we're not only the developer, but we're also the operator of all of our hotels. We very rarely sell our properties, and we're highly invested in things that affect the backbone of the project, such as parking, circulation, access, and ultimately, we take great pride in the quality of our products. I want to thank Newmark Merrill and their entire team. They've been outstanding to work with in our mutual efforts to design a project that we can all be proud of. I also want to take a moment to thank the city staff, especially Scott Kolwitz, for all of his hard work on their project, all the city staff's hard work on their project, and commend Mr. Powers, the city manager, and the entire city team for having the vision to support a project like this, like the one we're proposing, which will not only help revitalize the Jan's Marketplace, but will also help serve the needs of many residents, businesses, and visitors of Thousand Oaks. This area is special to me. As some of you may know, my wife and her family are from Thousand Oaks, right off of Ventura Park. So I've been here many times over the years, and I visited the Jan's Marketplace many times as well. So I very much consider myself a local. We are proposing a Homewood Suites by Hilton, which is an extended stay hotel within the Hilton family. All of our rooms will have full kitchens along with high quality finishes. The hotel is designed to serve the needs of many businesses, but as well as families in the area, including those visiting the nearby Los Robles Regional Medical Center or displaced from their home during a fire, flood, or simply just in between homes. We also expect our hotel guests to shop and dine within the Jan's Marketplace, and we do expect that that will help improve the business within the center. We expect the hotel to bring in over $2 million a year directly to the city's general fund, which the city can then utilize to provide other community benefits and services. Currently, there is a severe lack of extended stay hotels within Thousand Oaks, and most of the business does escape to nearby Westlake Village, as well as Camarillo, Agora Hills, and the other neighboring cities. We are confident that the proposed Hilton-branded Homewood Suites will not only help bring some of that business back, but will also help support new businesses within the city of Thousand Oaks grow, particularly within the sectors of pharmaceuticals and technology. Scott, are you at the slides? Thank you. We have a few slides here to share renderings of our proposed hotel, as well as some of the conceptual renderings of the interior spaces. Next slide, please. Oh, no, you're fine. Next slide. This is a view of the interior of the facility, where we can host a variety of indoor and outdoor events. Next slide. This is another view of that courtyard area. Next slide. The Homewood Suites brand, for those of you who don't know, is an upscale, all-suites, residential-style extended stay hotel and is a leader within the hospitality industry. Our guests come for a variety of reasons, some that require longer stays, including new jobs, a new house, relocating to the area to be near a family member in need. All of these reasons intensify their reason for feeling at home on the road. Next slide. We have a variety of different gathering spaces. Next slide. And these are some of the design imagery of inspiration of what that area will look and feel like. Next slide. This is what we call the central hub, which is the lobby. There's natural light in there, and we'll have as many views to the outdoor as possible. Next slide. We have an area that we call the backyard. That's the central courtyard. When it's not being used for events, it's multifunctional, and it's a recreational space which will have things like cornhole, outdoor ping pong, and other amenities for the hotel guests. Next slide. We will have amenity spaces like a mail and package room, guest laundry on every floor, and we'll also have a small shop for guests to buy daily essentials in case they forgot something. Next slide. Next slide, please. Actually, one slide back, sorry about that. We will have a high-quality fitness center within the hotel, but we will also work with the nearby Gold's Gym to offer short-term memberships or day passes for the longer-term guests if they'd like to experience a more robust fitness experience. Next slide. We will have a staff bar to enhance the public space activation. Next slide, Scott. Guest suites. I'm just going to fly through the imagery here of the different types of rooms we have. We'll probably take 2 or 3 seconds per slide. This is the efficiency suite. Next slide. The floor plan of that. All of our rooms have dishwashers, microwaves. They have a full-size refrigerator. They also have a cooktop to cook on. Next slide. 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 This is a view of the public space design intent. Next slide. Another view of that area. Next slide. This is overall imagery of the hotel, really just to give you a sense of what it will look and feel like when completed. Next slide. While Scott's pulling that up, we had a few more slides. We did incorporate electric bike parking as part of our project. That was a suggestion by Commissioner Sharon McMohan. We thought that was a great suggestion to include that, so we did have that. We're also actively looking at charging stations to incorporate that into our project. This is the slide on that note. Next slide. We also will have a adequate lighted crosswalk. That was another suggestion brought up at Planning Commission that we thought was very worthwhile. So that we'll have that incorporated into our parking lot. This is the crosswalk between the parking garage and the hotel. Next slide. I want to take a few moments here on the thank you page to address some of the comments brought up by the council members, and of course I'm open for questions after. Council Member Newman, you had mentioned or you had requested data on how the business hotels are performing within Thousand Oaks. I think that's a great question. From our research, the market is performing in the business hotel sector over 85%. The Residence Inn in Westlake Village performed at 96% occupancy. They have nearly 200 guest rooms. So there's a substantial amount of demand in the area. And within the extended stay sector, it generally runs at a higher percentage than your traditional business hotel. So we do believe that there is a great need for it. As a developer, we've never developed a project, or we've never attempted to develop a project that we consider a paper project, which is a project that looks good on paper, feels good, but ultimately doesn't work, doesn't pencil. Everything we do is rooted in data, in cost, in ROI, and ultimately being able to deliver something that does work, not only for us as well as the community. There was questions on the design intent. We really did design this hotel for the future, not for the present. We believe we've elevated the exterior facade here. We've worked hand in hand with Scott, the city staff, our architects, and really pushed the envelope. We also have addressed a lot of Hilton's concerns during the process, as well as working with Newmark Merrill to design the building as something that would be a catalyst to help improve that occupancy in the overall center. We do believe that development is contagious. When good development comes in and happens, it does spur other demand. We are able to piggyback off of a project, for example. So I think just from the general leasing efforts, the fact that this hotel is coming, from our perspective, we believe it'll help Newmark in their efforts to continue to lease the remainder of the center. There was questions about, from the mayor, you had asked, is the business, are we losing business to Westlake? It's undoubtedly we're losing business, because if we wanted a high quality extended stay hotel and you're visiting Amgen, for example, you have nowhere to go. You have to go down to Westlake. You have to go down to Camarillo. You simply just don't have that product here within the city of Thousand Oaks. So based on the market data, as well as based on how well the other hotels are performing outside of the city, we do believe there's a great need for this. I think Councilmember Adams, you brought up a point of live music. Frankly, I didn't even know that a permit was required, and no fault of the staff. It was something I would just assume is something we could operate within a hotel. Now, knowing that a special permit is required, our team will work to obtain those permits when needed, and if there's a more permanent route to seek down the road via planning commission or through a city council process, we'll certainly go for that. We do agree that on especially weekends, having live music is a really nice amenity that does not only help support the hotel guests that stay there, but as well as make it inviting for the community to come in. So we think that's a great suggestion. I think I covered most of the concerns that the council members have brought up, but if I haven't, please, I look forward to answering any other questions you may have.
Thank you. We have an opportunity here to have council members ask questions of you. Let me work right to left this time. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Thanks for being here. I see the hotel is fulfilling two needs in the community. The obvious need is that we have a lack of extended stay spaces, and that would be a big plus, I think. The other need that it could fulfill is the revitalization of the Jan's Marketplace, which I'm particularly interested in. I'm very impressed with the fact that you have 13,000 square feet of retail, and I'm assuming that would be open to the general public, of course, right? How about some of the other things like the pool area, the patio space? Do you have any anticipation of maybe that could be open to the public with a day pass or something like that? I'm trying to get as much traffic as possible to your hotel, of course, and to the Jan's Mall.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. So the lobby is open to all guests, all members of the community.
Okay.
So the lobby is a bar and a lobby scene. We invite the community to come in and utilize that. The pool is traditionally a private amenity for the hotel guests. That being said, there are many hotel facilities that do offer day passes and do offer that type of amenity. Something we can certainly look into. I'll have to talk with my operations team to see if there's a demand for that and if that can something we can incorporate. But certainly the lobby bar will be open for all all community members.
That's good. Yeah, I think that would be beneficial for the hotel and the Jan's Mall both. And if that day pass idea would work, I'd like to see that as well. The other thing is, you are set back quite a bit from Moore Park Road, which is the main circulation area there. What kind of plans do you have for visibility from my perspective, I'd like you to be more visible than you are actually.
Right.
But, you know, it is what it is. You're set where you are, and there's some things in the way. I want people to know you're there.
Yeah, no, that's great. You know, as far as getting the community to know we're there, we really would look for the community support in that. The chamber certainly will be a huge help. We'll have sales team as well at the hotel, which will go to all of the businesses within the community, let them know we're here. Of course, we'll do a grand opening, do multiple types of events like that. In our business, because we are franchised with Hilton in this case, we're also franchisees of Marriott, of IHG, and a number of other brands as well. But we've chosen Hilton for this location strategically. Hilton does provide the central reservation platform. That platform is very powerful. Hilton has one of the highest followings of loyal Hilton members who have their Hilton Honors Card. They look at Hilton.com. They book through that avenue. So there is definitely more of a we'll follow our GPS and get there versus a concept of I see it off the freeway and I'm going to pull over there. Additionally, we strategically located the hotel in a way that would be very complementary to the surrounding community. We know that height was a concern at some points. And so when we really studied this per the city staff's recommendation of studying it from multiple view angles, by positioning it where we did within the center, if you see some of the views that Scott had put up, to your point, it's barely visible outside of being right there. So we think the scale and the mass is very appropriate for that concern that the community have. So it's a balancing act between that. But you know, really, I think ultimately, from our standpoint, running a good ship is what's going to ultimately make this hotel successful. People will try us out. We will be a brand new hotel, local in the community, but it's up to our operations team to win that guest over, just like any other business has to. We're very focused on that. Most of our hotels are TripAdvisor Certificate of Excellence award winners. Our staff is bonused off of that, our GM, our sales team, because it's really important, and you don't get good reviews unless you operate a good ship. So a lot of that will go into how we intend to bring more business to the location.
Okay. Yeah, I could definitely see where the brand would help, for sure, an international brand. Some good answers. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Great questions.
Mr. Taylor.
All right, thank you. I just have to tell you, I love that you guys build and operate. I was really curious to hear just the demand aspect of it. If you guys are willing to take the risk to build and hold, that shows that you guys have done the research, you're willing to take the risk. I love that. My question is on, as far as Hilton goes, is Hilton the manager, or are you guys managing and using Hilton as the basically brand?
Yeah, so what most people don't know is Hilton, Marriott, IHG, Hyatt, they really don't own very many assets. So historically, they've developed hotels, they've owned hotels, but about 15, 20 years ago, most of these brands divested themselves of the assets they own and have focused solely on a franchise model. So we're franchisees of Hilton. We own the real estate, we develop it, and I appreciate you noting that, because it is always nerve-wracking signing a personally guaranteed loan to build a project. Right. And anyone who's gone through that in any kind of a mortgage that anyone has signed up for, there's a lot of risk that goes with that. And generally, we don't take risks. No one takes risk unless they feel that there's a way to support that risk. But we will be franchisees of Hilton. It's a license agreement that we have for, in this case, 25 years. We have to adhere to certain levels of standards. They come and do quality assurance inspections. They have internal, if you've stayed at Hilton Marriott, you get the surveys. So it's called Medallia for Hilton, and we get internal Medallia scores. So you have to maintain certain score thresholds. We have to maintain the quality. They will give us what's called a PIP, which is a property improvement plan. Every 7 to 10 years, we have to go in and change the furnishings, the carpet, the paint, upkeep the asset. We do a lot of this ourselves because we're operators. We know what we need to do to keep our business successful. We put aside money every month in what we call FF&E reserve. It's a percentage of our revenue, and we set that aside in a reserve account, so we do have the capital dollars when the time comes to adhere to those standards and keep the property up.
Thank you for that. Are your other properties franchised through Hilton as well?
Yeah, so we have a number of Hilton franchise properties. We also have Marriott. We also have IHG, Best Western, Choice Hotels in our portfolio.
This may just be a curiosity question, but do you guys see a certain sector or category of business that does well being paired with the hotel? And I guess the follow-up would be, have you guys kind of been in communication with Newmark Merrill as far as what type of curation that could be, knowing that the hotel is going to come in, and how potentially we could see kind of a revitalization of that mall potentially? Because I know that's your goal. It's ours as well.
Yeah. So and just to be clear, the question is, is this the right brand? Is that
No.
I'm sorry. Excuse
no,
me.
as far as the retail component goes.
Okay.
Do you guys, if you guys are coming in and there's a retail component to either your hotel or you're being surrounded by a mall, do you guys see certain categories or certain sectors, certain businesses thrive? I guess that maybe this is the easier way to say it. If you could control all the retail, right? You could handpick the retail, knowing that the demand for the hotel is going to splinter off into maybe little coffee shops do well, little groceries, et cetera. Are there certain kind of similarities you see with your other projects that maybe we can implement here, be hopeful that we'll see grow here? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think for a lot of, when you just think of a general hotel mixed-use site, things like coffee shops, things like boutique stores, things that work well with kind of a high traffic type of environment, people coming down, walking in, shopping, dining does do really well. In this particular case, retail, is a smaller component of the project, 13,000 feet. Newmark Merrill has 600,000 feet, obviously, in the market. So they're really the experts in that space in terms of how to activate that and how to bring out the best. But there's definitely synergy by developing that, and also being brand new is very attractive for tenants because they come into a space where they don't have to work with what's there, right? They get to work in a clean shell. We have a really high clear height in that space. I think it's about, I want to say it's about, I have it on my sheet there. What is it, about 18 feet or so of clear height? So it gives a real nice space for tenants to work in who want to come in and develop a new concept or open a new store.
Cool, thank you.
Mr. Newman? Then I'll come back to Councilmember Engler. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation and for the care that you've taken in putting together this application and in working with staff. It's much appreciated. I especially appreciate there was an emphasis on safety, reading through the EIR, M&D, and in talking with staff that you're taking every precaution in building this, what is a fairly large structure given the surroundings, to be safe, to minimize construction effects, if you will. Nonetheless, even if you execute that absolutely perfectly, a 5-story building makes a pretty big hole in the ground, and unavoidably, construction of a structure like that involves quite a bit of noise. What would you say to the general managers of immediately surrounding tenants, people like Sharky's, which is a local company, or Buca di Beppo or Panera directly across? They're already experiencing some reduced foot traffic, I'd say, over a number of years. And as has been previously noted, occupancy currently in the mall is lower. We're hoping that your project would help get that back up. But during the interim, when your project would be under construction, what accommodations or how would you be working with your immediate neighbors?
So, Councilmember, first off, all great questions. And thank you for acknowledging the effort team put in to put this together, as well as the city staff. The big picture is what I would say is there's light at the end of the tunnel, right? So the big picture is, this is 25-year franchise agreement. This is probably a 70, 80, 100-year building. And the mall obviously has been around for a number of years. And so anytime you have any kind of construction activity, period, there will be some level potentially of disruption that may occur for whatever reason. But that being said, there's also a lot of advantage in the traffic brought during construction. During the project, there are a lot of construction workers who will be coming on a temporary basis. The hole in the ground is actually not as big as it would seem because we don't have any underground parking. So it's all on grade.
I'm speaking allegorically.
But the concept is well understood. The concept is there's a big development going on. What will that do? During the project, we're also incurring a very high level of interest. As you can imagine, during construction. Our goal is to expedite the project and build it as quickly as possible. That's a really big aspect on how we do it. Additionally, taking concern with what their concerns are is something that we will do. So, for example, we're building a hotel in Riverside downtown, adjacent to our Hampton Inn. So we own a Hampton Inn, we're building a Home 2 Suites right next door to it. In that case, what we have done, because we've taken the time to understand our guests' concern and needs, is we've delayed the construction start time to 9 o'clock in the morning. And while that's non-traditional for a lot of construction workers, it's also refreshing. They get to be home with their families in the morning, have breakfast, be part of the morning duties or whatever that looks like, and then also come in and get a day's work in. And that time working from a 9 to 5 shift worked really well for that particular, that was relevant to that project. So in this case, I haven't, because we're not at the construction phase, I haven't engaged with the neighbors yet. But what I would say, if there is a concern, is there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But during construction, I would be surprised if they didn't see an increase, especially in their daytime lunch business that they may not otherwise get. They may get a lot of weekend business in this location. They might get Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But the Monday through Thursday lunch hour, I think they're going to see a lot of demand from the construction workers who are coming to the site to eat.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Second question has to do with retail, as Councilmember Taylor alluded to. I realize it's only a conceptual drawing, but I saw stores like Prada and Rolex and Movado. So do you have retail tenants lined up as yet?
No. No, we don't have the tenants line. It's very early right now in the process. I have a philosophy which is speak it into existence, and speaking it into existence is really striving for what we consider the best, right? Bringing in the best. And I think by being part of this hotel, we really can strive for that. But it's like trying to get In-N-Out in Starbucks. In-N-Out doesn't want to come till Starbucks is coming. Starbucks doesn't want to come till In-N-Out's coming. But if you tell them both they're coming, they both end up coming, right?
Yeah,
and it's that philosophy.
There is a chicken-egg issue.
It's a chicken and the egg. That's the right way to put it. And it's that philosophy that we're operating with.
Right. Well, this is a comment, not a question, but I hope you would, in consideration, as Councilmember Taylor and you alluded to, you mentioned something about high foot traffic, and I hope you would be looking at the types of retail tenants, whatever they are, that would do that. I would think that would be mutually beneficial for you. And then my final question really isn't for you, it's for Newmark Merrill. I don't know if there's a representative from Newmark here. I'll ask my question, and I know part of the answer, but I want to get this into the public record. In the 1980s, I worked in the travel industry, and at least at that time, and I believe still today, business travel is generally considered a premium product. That all things otherwise being equal, a hotel room, an airplane seat, a rental car, if it goes to a retail customer or a business customer, you can charge more to the business customer for a bunch of reasons. And travel companies generally like that and consider that a premium product. And I'm hearing we have a need for that premium product, but I'm also hearing, and as you are well aware, and as we have discussed in previous hearings, on our general plan update, we have a far greater need to address our needs around the topic of housing. And specifically, the last time Newmark was before this council, the ask of us, which we were very willing to grant, was for more flexibility. Those were the exact words. Give us more flexibility when it comes to land use designations. And we granted that, and I voted for that when I was on the Planning Commission, in part for this area, Jan's Marketplace and Oaks Mall as well, to increase density in those areas, to add mixed-use housing projects in those areas, because that is by far our greatest need for workforce housing. So here, I'm supposed to ask a question here, so here it is why in this order? Why the first thing out of the gate after you've asked for increased flexibility when our greatest need is housing is not housing, or it's housing of a temporary and premium kind, and not the kind that is needed by residents who would presumably help business at Jan's Marketplace every day, not just when they occasionally visit here. And if you want to come up to the podium to respond.
Certainly. Good evening, Councilmember Newman. Appreciate the question. I'm Luca Giovanardi with Newmark Merrill, and we've been involved with the management and Jan's Marketplace for 22 years, and we certainly want to see it succeed. We have a great vision for this shopping center. At this time, the hotel is absolutely the best use for this site, and we're excited about the traffic it will bring to the shopping center and how it will help revitalize the shopping center. The current zoning does not allow for residential uses at Jan's, but it is my understanding that the new general plan, once it is implemented, will change the zoning to allow for residential development, and at that time we will welcome the opportunity to look at options to further redevelop the property and also look at potentially adding housing.
I appreciate that. I voted for that change. It's coming back before this council next month. Good. And I just want to encourage you to come back and let's continue to have that discussion, because while I would be the first to agree that there is a need for more business travel accommodations here, and I think this is a quality project, there is also this much greater community need for workplace housing, and I think you can play a really critical role in addressing that. So I hope we can continue this conversation.
Very much agree, and we look forward to that. Thank you.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And most of my questions have already been answered. I'd like to first take just a moment and reflect upon and thank the applicant for having the willingness to come into our town and try to help meet a need that we have. And I remember our discussions last time with the occupancy rates of some of our neighboring hotels in other cities is quite high. And there is a demand here in town for it. And I appreciate our applicant coming in and being willing to put up his hard-earned money to help us with a need in our town. So thank you for that. The other aspect that I want to underline is that we're looking for this not just to meet that need, but also to help bring more business and more vitality to what is a landmark in our town, which is the Jan's Mall. So my question is, in some of your other projects, have you had similar projects where you've gone into an established area, built a hotel, and did you find any spin-off that was beneficial to the neighborhood as well as your hotel?
Mr. Gadakia, could you step up and address that question? Or anyone else you want to designate, it's up to you. And do me a favor, try not to hold because that's causing some short circuiting to go on. Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Bad habit. Council member, thank you for your questions. So I can speak, there's many markets we've developed in, but I'll speak about a market that we are proud of. I referenced it earlier. It's the Hampton Inn in Riverside downtown. When we came in, there was a number of events that the city, the convention center was unable to book. There was just not enough rooms in the downtown core market. So there was the Mission Inn Hotel, the Hyatt Place, there's the full-service Marriott Hotel, and those were the only 3 hotels in the downtown core. There was other hotels out in another part of Riverside and then out in Moreno Valley and neighboring cities. When we came in 2016 and started developing that hotel, got out of the ground in 2018, opened in 2019. Since then, there's been a number of other developments that have happened. The convention center has been able to book a lot more events. What happens in that particular market is a meeting planner will call and say they need 100 rooms as a room block in the community. And if they don't have 100 room blocks, they'll go to the neighboring city of Ontario, they'll go to Palm Springs, Palm Desert, another market. And so in that particular example, the convention center was very supportive and now is very thankful of our development. We're building the second hotel in that market. There's another hotel project that we have across the Mission Inn that we're also adding in the community. And all of this is to support the need of that. I went to school at USC, and I was there when the convention center was pretty much a dilapidated area. There was no LA Live. There was no project. When that whole area started getting developed, the entire area revitalized. And I saw that as a student coming out when I graduated. And when you go back today, now there's other issues that obviously LA is facing that they're contending with, as many large cities are. But that entire area revitalized. A number of new projects came in, a number of new housing developments came in. And there are many case studies like this in cities all across the country that when you have a good quality project come in, it spurs new businesses and new demand from coming in. So we do expect that to happen here, and we're hopeful of it because it'll also be complementary to the hotel.
Mr. Engler, any other questions?
Yeah, just a couple other small questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question we often get, especially as we look at some of our residentials that we build, is how green a building are you planning on building? In other words, are you going to take as many measures to make your building have as low a GHG effect in the area? How are you approaching that green building type question?
So our company's called Greens. No, I guess no joke intended, but we do take it very seriously. We look at it from many aspects, and the most important aspect when you think of pure ROI is ultimately your energy cost and what it costs to run your facility. We have hotels that we have purchased that have energy bills, pound for pound, 3 to 4 times higher than energy bills of new build hotels. We do comply with all of the Title 24 guidelines. We do build to those standards. We take every measure we can do. In this particular hotel, we have not studied installing solar, but I do think solar would be very beneficial here. A lot of it comes down to the obstruction of other buildings in the area to see if there's a lot of tall buildings, you don't get enough sunlight, for example, on the building. This is a situation where I think we could definitely install solar, and we think it would be very beneficial. Again, we're long-term holders, so these costs that might cost us a little bit more going into it really do pay off long-term because we see a savings every month, a substantial savings on our energy bill, and moving forward. So we will, in short, comply with all the Title 24 regulations, but we'll go in addition to that in any areas that we do see that it makes business sense.
Thank you. That's good to hear. The final question I have really is, this will affect our local economy and everything. And I thank you for being willing to come into our area with that type of activity. What is your company's policy on hiring local and using local trades and that sort of assistance? Yeah,
that's a great question. Many of the subcontractors that we will ultimately employ will be local. We try to hire local as much as possible. There's a lot of reasons for that. One of them is frankly reliability. Being close to the project, being nearby, really does ensure projects staying on schedule. That being said, it's really early right now to, frankly, we haven't focused on the construction aspect much. We still, of course, have to do our building drawings, go through the building approval process on our building plans, and then we'll hire a general contractor. A lot of this relies on the general contractor's choice on what and whom they hire, but we do try our best to hire local when possible. And inadvertently, many of our subcontractors are local to our projects simply because they're interested to do the job because it's close to their home, close to their business. The employees have a shorter commute than driving to, say, LA, for example, to do a job, or driving down to Santa Barbara to do a job, for example.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to put that on your radar, that's an added benefit to our community if you can work through those issues.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move on to public.
Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We're going to move on to public speakers. Speaker time is dependent on the number of speakers we have in the hearing. We have 9 in our, or actually 8 public speakers, so you're going to have 4 minutes for your public comments. So first up, we're again going to do it this way. I will quietly say that you have 15 seconds so you can wrap your comments. Please direct your comments to the council in general, not to anyone specific. And I will go through and introduce the first person, and then the second, I'd like to have a seat behind the current speaker. So first up, we have Chuck Juranovich, and followed by Josh Gray. Josh, have a seat behind. And Chuck, you're first up. You have 4 minutes when you begin speaking.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am Chuck Dragizovich. I have 3 points to make to you tonight. First of all, a little bit about my background. My wife and I have been residents of Thousand Oaks for 45 years. I am a home builder by trade. My companies have built Fox Meadows in Newbury Park, Crescent Breeze in Newbury Park, Crescent Oaks in North Ranch. We were the ones that finished the entitlements for Dos Vientos. We put in the backbone infrastructure, the extension of Orchard Road, the 2 tanks, and we built the first 3 communities. I've also done pro bono work for the city back in Grant Brimhall, John Prescott era. Consulted the city for their affordable Camelot project, and worked with Grant for the 7-acre shopping center at Herbs and Orchard. We've raised our family in Thousand Oaks. We've had 3 children, 2 of whom married and had children and decided to move back to Thousand Oaks. So you can say I'm heavily invested in the past, the present, and the future. I care about what happens at Thousand Oaks. Second point is, and in the interest of full disclosure, my building partner, and I have met Ottman and his family a couple of years ago. We were looking at mixed-use projects in the Inland Empire. We can tell you from experience from working with them that they're financially strong, they are successful developers, builders, owners, and operators. I do not have anything to do with this project. And at present, we have no business relationship with them. So I'm speaking to you as a third party. And finally, my third point is I'm an ardent advocate of affordable housing, especially affordable, for-sale workforce housing. It's hard to do, but it's not impossible. There is a way to build for-sale housing in this city at prices 30 to 40% under market. And we can do it for a series of buyers. One buyer sells to the next affordable buyer, next sells to the next affordable buyer. So for a project like Hillcrest, which has about 80 units, or will have about 80 units in it, we could have over 200 affordable homes. It's a great start for our essential city workers, policemen, firemen, teachers, city workers, and other people. It can be done. And it can be done without government subsidy. Say it one more time, without government subsidy. But that's a story for another time. Back to this particular project. Housing at the Jan's Marketplace might work, but it's not the best use of the property, the Burlington property. With the advent of e-commerce, and especially now after COVID, we not only live in our homes, but we live, work, and play in our homes, and, oh, by the way, we purchase from our homes, and we have the goods delivered to our homes. That puts a big stress on retail and commercial uses. Big box retailing, Burlington's a good example, are in the decline. They're not coming back. We've got to find different ways. According to the studies I've seen,
15 seconds.
Sales tax and TOT are about 30% of city revenue. Yet we're losing it.
Next up, we have Josh Gray, and after Josh, Karen Wilburn. Karen, have a seat behind.
There is a
Thank you,
place
sir. Appreciate
for
it.
affordable housing, not at this project.
Josh, you're up. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee and council members. My name is Josh Gray. In addition to my role with the Chamber of Commerce, I also serve as the Director of Operations of the Conejo Valley Tourism Improvement District and speak to you tonight in that capacity. I believe Danielle will speak for the Chamber opinion. Our tourism district works to increase the occupancy of the 15 hotels in the cities of Thousand Oaks and Agora Hills. We've developed the Visit Conejo Valley brand and market the region to potential travelers to increase overnight stays in local hotels. Those overnight stays generate tax revenue for the city, create jobs, and bolster several other local businesses. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 10A. And to summarize, the city of Thousand Oaks needs more hotels. We haven't built a new hotel in Thousand Oaks in 14 years. The hospitality industry has significantly evolved since 2009 with modern amenities and an evolving economy, just like the city of Thousand Oaks has changed since 2009. There are extended stays in Newbury Park and Agora Hills, but none in Thousand Oaks proper. One of this region's significant tourism drivers is business travel with the extended stay model, which the extended stay model appeals directly to with its price, offerings, and flexible nature. The conference and meeting spaces in the project are an amenity to not only guests, but also local businesses and professionals that utilize third-party spaces to conduct business. Last year, before the City Council, we reported it wouldn't be more than 1 or 2 years to recover to the occupancy highs of 2019. This past peak summer season saw us about 1% shy of a return to that full capacity. Full capacity is approximately 84, 85, 86%, depending. To get to an 84% average occupancy, you need to have a sellout. 100% of weekend rooms for leisure travelers and a 100% sellout of midweek rooms for business travelers. The only open days left are Wednesdays and Sundays, which are impossible to sell by themselves. When it comes to occupancy figures, in the last 3 months, August, we saw just above 82%. In September, we saw 76%. And in October, we saw 75%. That's just the last 3 months with those figures. And I do want to also note on top of that, that does outperform neighboring districts, including Ventura County Coast. We regularly see that in the last year or so, outperforming neighboring regions and areas. We get regular weekly reports that back up those numbers consistently. The average daily rate, ADR, measures the average rental revenue earned for an occupied room per day and was approximately $144 for 2019, dropped to a low of about $112 for 2020, and skyrocketed to over $162 for 2023. Booming revenue is what we hope for our hotels, but continued drastic increases in pricing over time will outprice customers and hurt the overall local economy that benefits from the influx of those consumers. This is a supply side issue. Prices will continue to climb without more rooms available in this specific region. Please approve this item tonight to meet the continually increasing demand of travelers and the supply of our local hospitality industry. Thank you, and I'm happy to hop on a call or answer any questions. Thank you.
Next up, we have Karen Wilburn. After Karen, we will go to Daniel Borgia. Daniel, come on down and have a seat.
Thank you, and I won't touch the microphone this time. Okay, Karen Wilburn of Newberry Park. I'm here representing myself and also Conejo Valley Advocates for Sensible Planning. Sometimes we get a little bit of a bad name because we have been fighting so hard against a certain issue, but the key for us is sensible planning. We're not against growth. We're not against construction. We supported the Kmart project. I know they don't want to call it Kmart. We supported the Baxter project. When this first came before the council for, I guess, a kind of a green lighting process in 2021, we did speak in opposition. And the main reason for the opposition was the height overlay. It happened so soon after the preferred map was approved with maximum height. So it just kind of struck us wrong. But you know, I have to say, I've looked at this, I would rather this be 4 stories. I mean, but no project's perfect. And when I look at what has been put together, the renderings, the Jan's Mall definitely needs some revigoration. Did I say that right? Anyway, I think it's a good project. I think it's in the right place, and I hope that it does what's needed for the Jan's Mall. So I'm here to speak in support. Thank you.
Next up, we have Danielle Borgia, and after Danielle, we will move to the Zoom calls with Paul Hundell as the first Zoom caller to come up. Danielle, you've got 4 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning. Good evening, Mayor McNamee and council members. I'm Danielle Borgia, President CEO for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. Here tonight speaking in support of the Jan's Marketplace Hotel project. Over the last 5 years, Newmark Merrill has really re-envisioned that center through a combination of popular retail tenants, new eateries, and really a focus on experience for our community and visitors alike. We're really living in an experience-based economy, and people are looking for things to do. In a post-COVID era, we talk a lot about the opportunity to repurpose retail and office space into mixed-use developments to meet the overall current demand. Adding a hotel to this site is a tremendous opportunity to repurpose an aging retail building and transform it into something with purpose. We know local businesses and visitors are seeking modern hotel amenities. We have seen with the addition of the new Courtyard and Town Place Suites in Agora the demand that a modern hotel can drive. This project is supported by a number of our larger local employers, including Los Robles Health System, and it would also benefit over 40 existing tenants. Many are small businesses themselves, and other nearby businesses that are in the vicinity. We think about also uses just like Civic Arts Plaza with talent coming in to perform for our city and the talent that we need to supply hotel rooms that are a convenient location. Part of the attraction to this location is that you can check into your hotel room and you have everything at your fingertips. You can walk and grab dinner, lunch, go down and entertain the kids at Sky Zone, throw an axe if you really want to. They have Dave & Buster's. You really don't need to get in your car after you check into this hotel because you have everything on site. When we talk about corporate travel, that's really important to have amenities that are close in proximity to travelers. They want convenience. They want to be able to do their business during the day and come back and have everything kind of on site. You also have Aldi as an extended stay if people want to go grab some groceries. That's really convenient as well. And so I think this project really supports the economic development that the city has been focused on to truly deliver the best and highest use for this site. The Chamber and our Board of Directors urges you to approve this project this evening. Thank you.
Next up, we have on Zoom Paul Hundell, and after Paul, we have Evangelia Young. Paul, go ahead and begin, please. You have 4 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Councilman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
I am definitely in support of this project. I'm a business owner. My brother owns a business, and I'm representing him as a business member too. Newmark has done a great job overall for past few years, bringing in all different kind of businesses in their area and always working on enhancing the area. I think this hotel project will definitely become an entertainment hub for this area. Jan's will most likely anchor the Jan's Marketplace and bring in a lot of walk-in customers, help businesses grow and put them on a map in the Thousand Oaks area. So overall, I think it's going to be a really good project for the area, for community, for people visiting Thousand Oaks. There's a hotel shortage that will address that issue. So I am totally in favor of this project. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Evangelina, and then after that, YT. Go ahead and begin. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Evangelina Young. I am the Director of Operations for Gold's Gym there in Thousand Oaks in the Jan's Mall. I am a resident of Simi Valley. Gold's Gym first arrived in the Jan's Mall in 2003. So we've been there now just over 20 years. It was the third location that was built. We now have 25 locations, and this one has really withstood over the course of all the different things, the pandemic that have happened. We are definitely in favor of this new hotel to be built there. As a company that has just reinvested in this location and upgraded our facility, we feel very lucky to be in close proximity to this new development. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it really will revitalize the mall as a whole. The new hotel will offer extended stay options for businesses to house their traveling employees. Currently, when we have employees or we have other franchisees that are coming to the area, we always end up having to put them in Westlake Village, Camarillo, even Woodland Hills, because there's just not enough hotels that will offer the kitchenette and offer just a close proximity to everything. As one of the last speakers stated, all of us that travel, we know we travel, we get our business done during the day, and then we just want to stay close by. Having everything in that surrounding area. I'm sorry, I heard some feedback. You know, you go to the hotel, you can eat, you can shop, and it also draws in the local residents. I myself am at the Jan's Mall constantly, and once I'm there, I go from shop to shop, then I want to dine, and I can spend hours there. I think that the additional traffic definitely will mean that more people, even within the community, not just traveling for the hotel, I think it's great for everyone. I think that it will definitely infuse more spending. And for businesses in particular, it just has not been the same after COVID. Everything we know no longer exists. Everything has to be reinvented. And we really feel strongly that the hotel coming to the Jan's Mall is really what is needed to help the surrounding merchants thrive. I thank you for your time, and we really, really hope that this project is approved and believe it's going to be something really outstanding for the entire community. Thank you.
Next up, we have YT, and after YT on Zoom, we have Parth Shah. Go ahead. YT, you have 4 minutes. Go ahead and begin. Did we lose YT? YT, you can unmute bottom left of your screen. What we can do is move forward and come back to YT. So let's move to Parth. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. My name is Parth Shah.
I am a resident of Thousand Oaks for nearly 10 years now. Myself and my wife were also married at the City Hall there. And we've had both of our children in the city as well. So very committed to the city. And I thank you for all that you are doing. Many of you have been involved significantly in the great quality of life that me and my wife and family enjoy in the city. So thank you for that. I'm also, myself and my wife both work in the city for one of the large biotechnology companies. I myself lead a significantly large team and supervise a department. And I see the need of a hotel from many different angles. And I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the project, both from a personal standpoint as well as a standpoint of just someone who cares about some of my team members and the dynamics that they face when traveling into the city. First, on the personal standpoint, my kids were born at Los Robles. At the time, my house was not able to accommodate my parents for very long. The hotel would have been very, very useful to have my parents stay longer with us and other visiting family members. So I do think from a personal standpoint, this hotel has the potential to really service a need here in the city. Secondly, from a business standpoint, my company in particular, ever since COVID has gone remote, as a remote organization or a flexible workplace, more aptly named, is we have many staff members that need to travel into the city from out of state, from homes that they've moved in from further away cities. And many times those staff members cannot stay in the city for lack of availability. They instead have to drive further to Camarillo, sometimes stay in Westlake Village, or sometimes do an unsafe drive back to a further distance. And so that's concerning on many angles, but I certainly see the need. The other element is we have a significant amount of third-party businesses that service our company, and those individuals also need to be in the city for extended periods of time to work on various projects. And the benefit of both of these audiences, if you will, are many of them are in business expense accounts, and I do think that they would be individuals that could significantly benefit the neighboring businesses in the Jan's marketplace. So from that aspect, I personally see a critical need. Also, we have significant needs for team meetings, training meetings, other get-togethers whereby we're doing team building activities, et cetera. And individuals are either flying in for those activities or commuting for those activities. A hotel would be a significant enabler of, I would say, that demand. So I'm here to just summarize and say that the hotel, from my standpoint as a Thousand Oaks resident and as someone who works in the city, would be a very significant value add. Thank you for your time.
Madam Clerk, do we have YT back on board or no?
Yes, he just needs to unmute.
Go ahead. YT, go ahead and unmute. You have 4 minutes when you begin. Excellent. Go ahead and begin. YT, go ahead and speak. You're unmuted correctly. Still not hearing you. All right. YT, sorry, we can't hear you, so we're going to conclude the public comment at this point. Staff, council members, any questions or comments?
No responses based on comments thus far.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Adam.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Yeah,
Hold on just a second. I'm sorry, I misspoke here. Hold on just a second. No, actually, I'm looking for council questions. If there's none, then we'll go to rebuttal, then we'll come back to you.
Got it.
Any questions? All right. Applicant, Mr. Kadakia, do you have any comments you'd like to rebut here with the comments that have been made by the public?
No, I just forgot, sorry, I touched that again. I just forgot to say that we have also reviewed all of the conditions of approval for our project, and we're in agreement with all of the comments in our letter.
Very good. So I'll close the public hearing at this point and move to comments. Mr. Adams.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, I think Newmark Merrill and the operator in front of us tonight are absolutely on the right track. This is a trend, not just here in Thousand Oaks, but all across the country. Simon Property Group, I'm sure you're familiar with them. They own 163 malls. They're sinking $1.5 billion into these malls for housing and hotels all across the country. Atlanta, Florida, Los Angeles. They built the Nobu Hotel in Atlanta and revived that mall. And they're a bellwether, and their average occupancy rate is 95%. So they know how to drive foot traffic, and that's what's got to happen here as well. You know, and the extended stay we need, absolutely, but we need to revitalize the Jan's Mall. I spoke to the CEO of Newmark Merrill. He's expecting as many as 300 people a day, in addition to what's coming in now, because of this hotel to visit the Jan's Mall. And as it's been said here before, the Jan's Mall has been here for decades. It's part of our community. We want to see it thrive. We want to see it succeed. We want to see that occupancy rate go up, and I think the hotel is going to do just that. So I would like to move that we do approve 10A with the stack recommendations 1 through 4. I would like to just add one small thing, though. I'd like to eliminate that ban on live entertainment at the restaurant and the hotel. I don't think they should have to go through a special use permit to put in a little combo there, because again, I want to drive people to the Jan's Mall, and I think, you know, music and entertainment will all be part of that. So I would like to eliminate that.
So just a quick point on that. That is actually enshrined in your zoning code, that the prohibition, and that's because of the proximity to residential. And so that said, wanted to assure the council and the applicant, we had a dialogue during the process. We think we've got some avenues that we can expeditiously address that prior to the hotel's completion, most namely in the folding it into the specific plan that the Jan's Marketplace is working on right now, and that would handle it overarching in the entire center. So we have a path and a plan to take care of that and address that without it being a burden to the applicant.
All right. I think I understand what you're saying. We're on the same page. We want to make it as easy as possible to bring in a little entertainment on the weekends.
Correct. And the fact that it is enshrined in your zoning code doesn't allow for us to take that action tonight.
All right. Okay. I understand. Well, as long as we are willing to expedite that, I think that'll happen then. That'll suffice. So, all right, let's just leave it the way it is. I'll leave out the elimination of that ban, if you will, and just move 10A, the Jan's Marketplace Hotel Project, with the staff recommendations 1 through 4.
Very good. We have the motion on the floor, but we're going to finish up comments and discussions before we move to that motion. Mr. Newman.
Mayor, can you come back to me, please? I defer to other council members.
Mr. Taylor, do you have comment?
Yep. For the applicant, I just want to say, I think you did a great job speaking tonight. The reputation that you have that was communicated to us from the staff, that you've been a pleasure to work with. So I'm looking forward to having partners like you invest in and ultimately have long-term successful businesses in our area. So thank you for that. For me as a kid, I grew up going to the Jan's Mall, spent a lot of time at the music or at the theater. Now I'm there 3-4 times a week at Sky Zone. My kids are absolutely obsessed with it. So I very much so want this mall to succeed. I want it to succeed for my kids and their kids, et cetera. So I am in support of what Bob said, and thank you for this.
Mr. Taylor, does that hanging out at the mall include skateboarding when you were young?
No comment on that one.
No comment. There you go. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I too first want to start by expressing my appreciation to the applicant team, the entire team, and to staff for working to bring this to us tonight. I've gone through something of a journey with this project. As at least one person who's in the audience can attest, I was vehemently opposed to this when I first heard about it. I thought this was way out of scale for what I understood Jan's Mall to be at the time, and thought we had other priorities and didn't think this was a good fit. My thinking has changed over time for a couple of reasons. One is a word we've heard a lot tonight, which is revitalization. Jan's Mall was built in the late 60s. The last major renovation of the mall was in 1995. And in recent years, as one of our public speakers alluded to, there have been some really adverse conditions for local retail. The pandemic certainly is one of them. Companies like Amazon certainly are another. I'm at the Jan's Marketplace quite a lot, multiple times per week, maybe not as often as Councilmember Taylor and perhaps in his skateboard. But I'm there often enough to know, and I've seen enough changes over time to know that it is a challenged environment for retail, and it needs help. And this is a way to stimulate not only the hotel business, but also foot traffic to the surrounding retail customers. And there are new retail spaces here. I worry about that a little bit in that we've put a lot of our eggs in the mixed-use basket, and we've talked that up as a way to go forward. And in many places, including here, I support that. But we have seen relatively slow uptake of retail tenants coming in on that, and I'm hoping that this will change that. This will begin to revitalize, if you will, the retail environment at Jan's Marketplace, which needs that, and which I'd very much like to see. That's reason one, and reason two is the obvious business environment. As I've talked with multiple business leaders here, it's very clear that there is a shortage of business hotel spaces. I formerly owned a business here and had clients who would come in for extended stays, and they reported to me that hotel rooms were tight. And they were often staying not necessarily in Agora Hills or Camarillo, but in Woodland Hills or farther out, other places, because things are so tight. There's no question that there is a business need for this. That said, I do want to reiterate that I do think housing is going to be part of the solution here going forward. It's needed not only here, but for our entire community, number one. I think the optics of this are not great. That we're coming, first we voted to increase the land use designation here, then and in the context of a housing discussion. And then the very next thing we do is a hotel, a high-end business hotel. That doesn't look great, but there are reasons for that. It's certainly not because of any opposition to that on the part of the applicant or staff. This project actually was in the pipeline first, and that's why we're talking about this first. And my understanding from staff is that we are continuing to have discussions about future housing, about ways that we can stimulate more housing production in retail areas like this. And I think that will, again, revitalize this. Taking care of existing tenants is really important. I think this project is going to do it. Again, I compliment you for a well-executed project. This seems like a quality project from beginning to finish. And I wish you well, and thank you for choosing Thousand Oaks for it. So for all those reasons, I will support this project. Thank you.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there's not much I can add other than this project, I think, is going to do what we need it to do for the Jan's Mall and help us as a city provide the services that are needed for our visitors. Again, I want to thank the applicant for answering all of our questions in such a forthright way, and looking forward to being a partner with you.
And my take on this is that one of the concerns that was expressed by several prior to this meeting was the height constraints. And city staff did a very good job of looking at the sightlines and what it would look like. And that it's not an intrusive building of 5 stories because of its setback and hidden behind a parking structure and so forth. Winds up being a very nice place to put 5 stories to meet a market need here. Losing $2 million a year in revenue that goes to our sister cities, I'd rather keep here in our city. It fills a market need of extended stay for people visiting our biotech hub, our high-tech industry, our hospitals, people who, let's say, have to move out for remodeling for a period of time instead of having to move somewhere else and live in another city, as I say, to San Fernando Valley at times is the long drive. They could stay here in our own city and utilize that. The mall right now is losing business, and it's difficult for them to survive given the change in the economy and what has occurred. I see people moving into this hotel, staying there for 2-3 weeks, and they're going to utilize all those businesses that exist right now, whether it be Gold's Gym or the restaurants in the area or the entertainment that Mr. Taylor's children enjoy so much. It's going to be a revitalization of more people to be drawn towards that mall, which will be a terrific boost up. Not to say that, the contractors and the trades that come in there, the construction workers, they are going to be a big plus, I think, for the restaurants and eateries there, simply because they're more likely to use it a few steps away than return to the construction site. Jan's Marketplace needs an increase in business. This will bring it in there, solving a market need, increase revenue for us. I think regarding signage that was brought up, Jan's does a good job of putting out signage that we have a Hilton hotel here or extended stay. And you don't necessarily need to have a building to let the public know that we do have a hotel within the interiors. And I think that's a good way to go. With that, I also will support the motion here for that. Now, we have a motion on the floor right now. So I'm going to ask the city clerk that we're ready for the vote, if you're ready to take it.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0, and I have an ordinance title to read.
We're going to take a, sorry, you have to read the ordinance. Sorry, go ahead.
Ordinance certifying final environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program and amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code relating to official zoning map by changing zoning classification of a portion of property located at 225 North Moore Park Road, zone change Z 2021-70997.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back. Let's resume. We're on item 10, public hearings. City Clerk for 10B, campaign contribution update. Would you please open the public hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 10B, campaign contribution update codification. There are no speakers on this item.
Very good. Thank you so much. You do that so well. Move it over to our city attorney, Tracy Noonan.
Actually, I'll be giving this
You'll be doing it?
Mayor? Yep.
Okay, Laura, go ahead.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight's hearing is a procedural follow-up from City Council's March discussion of the city's campaign contribution limit. At the March 14th City Council meeting, City Council gave direction on 3 items regarding campaign contributions. First, the base limit for contributions was increased from $500 to $750. Second, City Council decided to maintain the adjustment to the contribution limit every odd-numbered year based on the California Consumer Price Index for this area. And third, City Council directed staff to bring the ordinance back again in 5 years for reevaluation. Senate Bill 1439, as was discussed at the March 14th City Council meeting, requires us to make a change to the ordinance. The current ordinance requires that all campaign funds must be disposed of 90 days after the election, but the Senate bill applies, which will apply to candidates in the 2024 election and all future elections, may require contributions over $250 to be returned if the donor has a proceeding before the City Council. Therefore, to address this change, an additional change in the ordinance language has been made to the disposition requirement for remaining funds after the election. New language has been added to allow keeping those funds as long as needed in order to comply with the timeframes outlined in the bill. City Clerk will consult with the Fair Political Practices Commission to create guidelines for this procedure for the 2024 election and future elections. So the recommendations for tonight are to introduce the ordinance and find that this action is not a project under CEQA. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff regarding this? Mr. Engler, you good?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Just for my edification, could you please go through a scenario? Laura, congratulations, you're running for office. And I contribute $250 to your election campaign. Walk me down the steps in 1 minute or less as to how this would roll out.
So if that contribution comes in and you don't realize that I have, that someone is going to come, for example, this hotel project, if one of the developers gave money to a campaign.
Let's say I've got a hotel that I'm bringing forth, okay?
Yeah, and you've given me money. So as soon as I know that you have a pending project in front of me, I can either decide that I will recuse myself when it comes before the council, or I can return any money over $250 to you and disclose it publicly before the proceeding is heard before the council.
Now, in the past years, we're not allowed as council members to have any money in our FPPC account that we have to run it down to zero, correct?
Correct.
So how do we do this so that way we're able to have monies available to return to whomever?
Yes, so currently the ordinance states that if you do have money at the end of the 90 days, you can return it to the donor's pro rata. You can give it to a bona fide charitable organization that you or your family do not benefit from, or you can give it to the city's general fund. So what this would do is that would say, yes, those requirements are still in place. However, if you are successful and you are the elected official, you become the council member, you also can keep that money in your fund to comply with a Senate bill in case someone does come before you that you didn't know was going to have a pending proceeding. And then you could return the money.
So very good. Then you just, if you get elected, you just keep it open and keep the account open, don't have to close it, and just in case this comes up.
Correct, and like I mentioned, we will be creating guidelines because we don't want them, obviously, committees to be open for a long time. It's a lot of paperwork and a lot of tracking on both sides, as you are well aware. And there are timelines. You have to give back the money 30 days from when you knew, and what's that trigger date, and then you have 12 months after the final decision not to solicit. There are a lot of guardrails in place for how this is going to be implemented, so that is something we will create. But I do want to point out that under no circumstances can the monies raised for one election be rolled into another election. That still stands.
Excellent, thank you. Council, if I don't see any, we got one, go ahead. Mr. Newman.
I don't have a question.
Very good. You want to make I don't see any public comments, so I'm going to have to close the public hearing here, and then we'll go over to you, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the important point for the public here is that we're not relitigating our March discussion. We're merely putting into the municipal code what we all agreed on. So I will make a motion to do that by moving that we adopt item 10B, items 1 and 2.
Excellent. We have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0. And I have an ordinance title to read. The ordinance is an ordinance amending Section 1-13.03 of Municipal Code regarding campaign contribution limitations.
Thank you much. We're going to take another 5-minute recess here. We'll be back shortly after these local messages. Thank you. Would Mr. Adam like to join us here, or just stay in the audience and we'll just ask your vote from there? All right, we're back. Let's move to item 12, Department Report, Civic Arts Plaza Campus Master Plan Update and Site Strategy.
I have a past working relationship with the consultant, so out of an absolute abundance of caution, I'm going to remove myself from this, what would it be called? Vote?
Forum?
Okay.
Dais? Yep, dais. We'll give you a few moments. Don't go far.
Just from the contract, from the contract.
Let the record show that Mr. Taylor has now stepped out of the room. We're going to proceed forward. We're going to go to Deputy City Manager Akbar. Akbar, how do I pronounce your last name, sir?
Alikan.
Alika. Very good. You've got the floor. Go ahead, sir. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I am excited to be bringing back this item after a hiatus. And as we'll show shortly, this has been a very public and very community-based exercise from the beginning. And while COVID kind of interrupted our progress, it actually gave us an opportunity to kind of step back and reevaluate some of the details of this project, and we'll be sharing some of those tonight as well. So over the next 20 or so minutes, I'll be going through the history and background, the goals of the campus plan. I'm joined by Nick Deitch of RRM Design Group, who was a principal consultant on this project. He'll go over those conceptual designs, and then we'll move into the proposed scope and next steps. Just a bit of background on where we call home, our City Hall. It was built in 1994, and when it was first opened, there was a variety of different tenants. We had a cafeteria, we had a bank, we had a number of other office spaces. This building has a long history of having multiple tenants, and now we're coming up on 30 years old. And so generally around that time frame, when you're managing facilities, 30 years old is kind of that mark where you start to look at what sort of investments do you need to make to extend the life of the facility? And much like a typical single-family home, that's when you're replacing your roof or getting a new AC unit. In a similar vein, we're now looking at our home and figuring out, as we make these reinvestments, do we make the reinvestments back in its same form, or do we use this as an opportunity to take the building into a new direction and fulfill a community goal like creating a downtown? Very few things have been so consistently discussed in our city's history as building a downtown. In fact, here's some evidence of it dating all the way back from 1987. And I'm going to turn on a laser pointer here on the screen and just kind of point out a couple things. Here's this artist sketch from 1987. You can actually see Thousand Oaks Boulevard kind of running right through the middle of the screen here, and here's Conejo School Road all the way out to Herbs Road. It's really quite remarkable that what we're seeing now is kind of a return to previous form. So what we're going to be showing tonight is really a return to some of these ideas and concepts that were brought up nearly 40 years ago. Obviously, what was ultimately built 7 years afterwards in 1994 didn't resemble this. So now we have this challenge about how do we re-engineer or reverse engineer what's been built to create this downtown space. There were some policy documents that advanced this idea of creating a downtown. And in fact, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan actually mentioned this in the text on page 37. You can see it highlighted in yellow there, the creation of a viable, self-sustainable, pedestrian-safe, and friendly downtown core for our community. And taking a look at some of the images from the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, up above, we have kind of our existing condition. And then down below, you see kind of this mixed use, commercial fronting the boulevard, activated street corners, and pedestrian-oriented uses. Fast forwarding further now to 2018, Council then took those concepts from Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan and created what's called the Downtown Core Master Plan, DCMP for short. It capitalized on those same themes, but then honed in on more of a finite area, actually just focusing on the Civic Arts Plaza and the immediate properties. And the core elements of this plan included most things that you would find in a successful downtown, being the place to go in a city, diverse shopping, entertainment, nightlife choices, active pedestrian-oriented uses on the ground floor, gathering places for people of all ages, and this idea that you come, you park once, and you're on foot during your entire visit. So these elements really form the basis of staff's work with a company called AECOM in 2019. City Council actually approved that contract in early 2019, and this work all took place during the calendar year. What we find is these concepts start to evolve over the course of the calendar year, starting with something kind of simple like this, moving into more of a plaza-oriented amphitheater up front, all the way to something that resembles what we are showing tonight, which is this Main Street concept, which was its ultimate form. So we took a lot of these concepts and shopped them with the community, and what we got back, we reported to the City Council, and we found that there was broad support for things like an open, accessible campus, restaurants, cafes, shops, flexible use of the space for music and art, and this Main Street concept that could be also flexibly used. We further took this out to the community, and here's just an example of one of the many pop-ups that staff did, just to kind of orient everybody. These blue circles here kind of represent 10 people who kind of like the concept, similarly for the red circles. And we tested these 5 core elements of that final AECOM plan. And again, what you're seeing is just broad support for a lot of those core elements. We refined those even further. That informed these really nice, beautifully made artistic renderings of what could be the new Civic Arts Plaza. This was actually taken from a poster board that we did during a pop-up at Amgen right outside the employee cafeteria. And just like the last slide, these green dots show elements that people like, these red dots, the ones that people didn't like so much. But again, what you're seeing is broad support for some of these core elements of the campus plan. That eventually led to this, and for the City Council and those who have been paying attention to this project for some time, you may recall this image. This was the final iteration of that 2019 AECOM design. This outline in red is actually the existing City Hall, but again, it's that Main Street concept that eventually took shape and created this entire design. We shopped that even further. We took it to trailheads. We took it to farmers markets. We even created this virtual reality headset experience where you can kind of walk through that entire site plan. In addition to this informal feedback we got from the community, we actually took this and included it in our statistically valid biennial community opinion survey. And what you see is a very similar theme here. A variety of uses with broad support that could be included in a campus master plan concept. So that left us with a final presentation to the City Council on February 25th, 2020. And as we all are aware, just a few weeks after that, our lives changed pretty dramatically, and staff rightfully shifted to more immediate matters with the pandemic. Nearly 2 years after that, the council adopted its top 10 priorities, which included a revision to the campus master plan concepts. I'll say this council also reaffirmed those top 10 priorities in May of 2023. And in that same year, staff engaged RRM Design to revisit the campus master plan concept and breathe some new life into it. So in approaching this latest iteration with RRM Design Group, we had 4 thoughts in mind. And I got to give credit to the RRM team for this first one, because they were quick to point out that the council had invested some time and energy into creating that first iteration that AECOM created, and they wanted to use that as the foundation for their plan, not to start over, but really to use it as a launching pad. The second one was to honor market viability. And what I mean by this is this idea that we're not going to fall into this trap of just because we build it, they will come. We wanted to make sure that the local economy can actually support any of these spaces that we create in the downtown. The third one was staying grounded in reality, and any opportunity that we had to avoid a costly edit, we wanted to take the more reasonable approach where possible. And then fourth is just acknowledging that while we're trying to create this pedestrian-oriented downtown environment, most of our residents and visitors still get here through cars, and we need to accommodate cars in the program. So again, here's our 2019 plan. I mentioned that RRM really wanted to preserve the best of that plan, and I'm just going to highlight a few of these points. First one is making best use of the west side parcel off here to the west. The second was the road configuration they thought was really well done, and you'll see a lot of the similarities between what Nick is going to show in a few minutes and the road configuration in yellow here. And then third is this connectivity. Excuse me, I think this thing froze on me, excuse me. There we go. This connectivity from the top of the Cavally down to Main Street and the Boulevard. So these three concepts, you'll recognize these in the RRM design coming up. This idea of a Main Street is nothing new. While I would love for staff to take credit for it, this is actually another artist rendering from 1987. There's a road that's inset from the Boulevard, where we can kind of create a pedestrian-oriented road without disrupting traffic on TOB. So in addition to the broader goals of creating a downtown, a successful one at that, we gave RRM 6 pieces of homework in trying to address and solve for these things in the new program. The first of which was, as you drive up Dallas Drive, the first thing that you're greeted with is this roughly 70-foot tall concrete wall of the parking structure. So the first task was, how can we screen this parking garage? The second one was these back-of-house operations that you see behind the Sheriff Farm. In fact, we have a loading dock, a trash enclosure, and a electrical transformer right here. These are our back-of-house operations taking place right near the main entrance to City Hall. So how can we better screen that? The third one was improving wayfinding for city business, for city staff, and I'm sure for the council as well. Anytime you make a visit to City Hall, chances are you'll find someone who's maybe trying to find their way, and you take a minute or two to kind of help them out. We want to try and solve for that too in a new program. Fourth item is, as mentioned in the 2019 plan, is creating that better connectivity from the third floor of the Cavally down to the Boulevard. Next is better connectivity between the Civic Arts Plaza and the Lake Shopping Center. Right now, the pathway to the lakes is a rather circuitous pathway through the parking lot in the lakes or through this crosswalk at TOB and the Lakes Drive. And then lastly is just making highest and best use of the west side parcel. So in looking at this existing building, yes, there are challenges, but it's also a community asset, and that also includes the front lawn area. We want this to be the city center for community and cultural events. We want this to be the place where we celebrate the arts. We want this to be the bedrock for civic engagement, a hub for business, entrepreneurship, economic development. And so the question that we have asked ourselves throughout this process, and the question that we're going to continue to ask the community is, knowing that we're now approaching our 30th year, how can this building and this property evolve to serve us for the next 30 years? And that could include bringing on other kinds of potential uses like commercial activation, bringing on other institutional partners to the program, creating a business and technology incubation area, as well as expanding arts and cultural uses. So as we get into the concept shortly, I just want to remind the listening public as well as the council that we are very much on the left half of this screen. We have not really moved from ideation into the blueprint phase. That will come later. We're still trying to figure out the mix of uses, their orientation, the flow. Do the puzzle pieces fit? So when you see some of the renderings in a few minutes, if you see little details about the material selection, the color of a certain paint here, those are not the details that we're really honing in on. Those will come at a later date. I just want to remind everybody, these are purely for conceptual purposes. And speaking of architecture, most of what's included, most of what you're going to see, the architectural expression is, I'll say, quite blocky, bland intentionally in certain areas. I'll say architecturally generic. It can take any form that you may want. In fact, you might have people who are fans of a contemporary architectural style, like you see on the left. You might have people who like American urban, like you see on the right. Maybe you really love downtown Santa Barbara and you want to pursue the Mission Revival architectural type. Or maybe you like the modern aesthetic. This project can take any one of these forms. That conversation will happen at a later date. So I just want to preface that. And now I'm going to hand the mic over to Nick Deitch, who's going to walk us through the conceptual program.
Thank you, Akbar. Really a pleasure to be here. This is such a unique project, a unique opportunity for the community. I've had the opportunity, my name is Nicholas Deitch. I've been an architect in Ventura County for 40 years, involved in architecture and community planning in a number of communities throughout Ventura County. Ventura County has been my focus. The Thousand Oaks Civic Center, as frustrating as maybe components of it can be, is such a unique facility. I don't know of any other civic center in our vicinity that has an 1,800-seat theater integrated into it with public plazas and terrace and magnificent views. And it's just such an extraordinary thing. And so, you know, as Akbar said, we really want to build on what we have and help you evolve this as what I refer to as a legacy project into something that's going to serve the community in new and unique ways and build upon the capital that's already here. The AECOM plan does build on that unique opportunity, and it provides a good basis for us to move forward, addressing issues of site access, the mix of uses, integrating constraints such as the sinuous storm drain, which runs, and I've never seen anything quite like it, that runs in a snake-like form across the frontage of the site. Actually, things like that can be frustrating, but they can also lead to unique solutions, and I think that's what we've tried to do, and honestly, I'm quite excited about it. I also want to say that, by the way, that this has been a really collaborative process with your staff. They are very engaged and very passionate about this, and it has made, for me, working on this a very engaging and pleasant experience. I'm really enjoying that. So, you know, integrating these constraints, such as a storm drain and the desire to have community activities at the southeast frontage on Teal Boulevard, which is not where you might think to gather publicly next to the busy boulevard, but I think we've come up with some interesting solutions in that regard. The updated plan evolves this strategy with a finer grain of conceptual planning, but as Akbar said, this is not an architectural proposal. This is what I've come to call an articulated feasibility study. That's how I would term it. The intention remains to create contemporary and highly energized center for the city and for the broader downtown that you're trying to create. And I think this project ultimately can become very catalytic in that regard. So I'll walk you through a little bit of the plan as we've begun to visualize it. This updated and evolving plan provides for a mix of cultural, civic, commercial uses, all connected through pedestrian and what I'm referring to as car-tolerant streets, where cars are permitted, but they've got to behave themselves. And we need to design the streets so that happens. The park area can become an energized and contemporary form of town square. I think a new form of town square, with gathering areas for casual and organized events, the introduction of a public market building in that space could anchor the civic activities and provide a source of day and evening activation across the year. As in previous plans, areas available to create an amphitheater on an intimate scale. Again, it's an idea, it's a placeholder set within the trees and the natural slope of the site. The site actually kind of begs for it, honestly. The updated plan resolves conflicts with the previous circulation plan and the existing administration building through incorporation of a curved, narrowed, car-tolerant street that connects the Civic Center to the lakes and to the new Westerly Street. Parking and service access has been diverted away from the existing City Hall entry, as Akbar talked about. It really struck me, coming to the first meeting, walking into this building past the service court. I tried to put myself into the original architect's mind. How did this happen? I'm not quite sure, but it does happen. We have the opportunity now. I see it as actually an opportunity to do something extraordinary. So parking and service access have been diverted away from the existing City Hall entry and the sheer form entry, instead utilizing a new service drive that integrates vehicular access while simplifying pedestrian connections to the city services for both city services and for the theater. Pedestrian access has been enhanced through the site with strategic alterations to the existing civic buildings to provide what I'm referring to as pedestrian permeability and a direct pedestrian connection to the lakes facility, which does not exist right now. It's very interesting that has been omitted so far. And I'm sorry, I'm reading notes because there's a whole lot of information to share, and I don't like to do that. I really like to just talk off the cuff, but I'll get in trouble if I do that. So the plan, the plan's been infused with a variety of community and civic spaces and cultural places for gathering connection, essential to any successful downtown. A key focus of this plan is a contemporary town square incorporating the public market and an inclusive children's play area as a possibility, which, by the way, came from my wife, who is a special needs educator. And when she asked me, where's the inclusive playground? And magically it appeared. One of the key facets of these public places that I think is key to the community's enjoyment of it is that they'll serve many various peoples across the day. Families and children in the mornings and in the midday afternoons, people coming for lunch, and then in the evenings, these same spaces become the places for nightlife and social gathering and maybe outdoor music and things like that. So it's really wonderful to create places where this kind of extended life can happen, serving a whole spectrum of the community. We've taken a look conceptually at some of the architectural challenges of the existing facility with some possible strategic enhancements. For example, the access to the Civic Center and the Kavli Theater can be enhanced at the rear turnaround with a strategic architectural modification, such as a portico, a point of arrival, so that you can actually tell where it is you're supposed to go. Go to the next slide, yeah. It's a simple thing, actually, and it's an incredibly powerful modification that suddenly turns a back door into a front door. That was meant to be a front door, I think, from the beginning. Go to the next slide. So yeah, as I mentioned, we have an 1,800-person theater. We have a current arrival outside that really doesn't match the quality of the theater inside. And I think it's a relatively easy fix. Likewise, we've been looking at how to provide clearer access to city services for people on a day-to-day basis coming to just do business with the city. Looking at the idea of providing a bridged access across the service court behind the Scheer Theater, such that when you exit the parking structure after parking your car, you know exactly where you're going. Go ahead and run through those. Akbar's having button problems too. Again, I think we're trying to use the existing bones, trying to build on what's there and make modifications that make some sense of what's there. And so the potential for the new civic building you see here on the left, and an entrance to what would be on the second floor city services that are now directly accessed from that rather significant parking structure. Likewise, at the front, the concept provides for a true sense of arrival for the Scheer Forum and one of several open spaces for community focus by introducing a new plaza space and an entrance directly leading up to and identifying the Scheer Forum. So it's no longer camouflaged and hidden as it seems to be now. The grand stairway concept is something that seems to have gotten a lot of attention, and I think it's very interesting. And I think the AECom plan did a good job of identifying the need. I think in working with the staff, we determined that it was perhaps a little too grand. It was sort of obliterating the access into the building and actually interfering with some of that permeability that we're hoping to create. So we've modified that approach, creating a grand stair. It has landings at each of the terrace levels. And it allows for access on either side of the stair for elevator access for people with disability, for people who are not particularly interested in climbing a set of stairs. It also provides a wonderful, I think, passageway out of the theater. If you want to come after you've seen the show and you want to hang out in the town square, go to the public market, see what's happening on the main street, this stair becomes a very, I think, iconic point of accessibility for the community. And I'm going totally off script. The existing theater, I think what we're looking to do is help you evolve it into a multifaceted cultural hub. So as opposed to being primarily a government building with a theater, there's an opportunity to create a facility here that has a myriad of community and cultural uses in conjunction with the civic uses and the business uses that the city needs to provide. The key difference between the current program and this concept is the conversion of a fountain on the rooftop to a terrace where outdoor events can be held either in conjunction with the theater or as venues for separate events. Could be weddings, could be other celebrations. I'm going to keep moving. There's an interesting light court in the middle of this building, and I didn't know it existed, and I've been here many times. But the staff took me there, and it was like, well, what can we do with this? How do we make sense of this? And I think it actually has a potential to become a really interesting, intimate space connected to, but separate from all of the hubbub and activity that might be going on out on the town square. And I think we have the opportunity here to turn it into a little jewel in the middle of this facility. Along those lines, and in conjunction with that, if you imagine standing against the blank wall and looking at what is now office space, we've got the potential to, and I've briefly evaluated the existing structure, and I think this is very doable. We've got the potential to punch a gallery space through the building, connecting the light court, the elevator, the stairwell, all of those things to the new town square and the public market. And again, it's that idea of permeability that we find in successful urban places that we're trying to find ways to introduce throughout this approach. The opportunity for the amphitheater, and I know that there's some concern about that. Amphitheaters require programming, and it's really easy to draw them. I enjoy drawing them. It's another thing to operate and run them, but my gosh, what a setting. And my father was a musician in Los Angeles. I have memories of going to places where, outdoor places where band shells were, where his small Beverly Hills Philharmonic Orchestra was performing. And the memories I have of those events and the families and the picnics, it's irreplaceable. And the opportunity to do something like that here is very strong, and I hope we can at least explore it with you and determine if it's the right thing for this location. The concept of the public market infuses the town square with a source of life and energy across the day, and I think it's got the potential to become an incubator for local craft, food businesses, things of that nature, bakeries, the best burger in town kind of places that you don't find in malls, you don't find in what they call credit tenant spaces. This is a very unique opportunity to create something like that. If we look at the building image, you can see in the background the grand stairs there to the right. It's not a dominant element in this, but it's accessible and it's visible from Teal Boulevard, as a matter of fact. So, the intention, again, is that this would serve a cross-section of the community throughout the day, including children, parents, visitors to City Hall, restaurant goers, theater attendees. The opportunity to create something that's memorable and used by a variety of members of the community, I think, is very strong. And to me, that's what these, downtown cores, downtown town squares are all about. The ability to close the road for pedestrians only is simplified with this configuration. It's a relatively straightforward thing to do. It doesn't require a lot of setup and cost to do that for programmed events. I know that there's a lot of concern about height, and it's been really gratifying, frankly, to hear the conversations this evening about the need for housing, the need for mixed use, the need to, begin And I know we've been in the process of this, and this has been a quest of mine for the last 40 years of trying to help Ventura County reclaim urbanism, healthy urbanism, because it's something that we really haven't had a lot of practice with in Southern California. And it was my emphasis in college, frankly. The idea of creating walkable streets. And an interesting thing to note, and I discovered this in New York when I visited with my children on a school trip, Wall Street is a very intimate place, and the street is narrow. The buildings are fairly tall, but on a narrow street, the height of the building has much less impact because you're really focused on what's happening at the street level. And I think, this image kind of helps illustrate that a little bit. And again, it's not about the architecture. The architecture could be a lot of different things, but there's some power in creating narrower, intimate streets. Cars move slower, people walk more comfortably. It's pretty exciting to see that opportunity happening. So this updated conceptual strategy really is intended to lay the foundation for a unique, multifaceted public asset tailored to the city of Thousand Oaks. This is not something you're going to find in any other city. This is all these interesting, unique ingredients here are going to be unique to this community, and it's really exciting to be a part of that. Again, just stressing, this is not an architectural design. I know when we look at the this image, the response might be, "Wow, this is really blocky and big and dense." Well, yes, the intention actually is to create something relatively dense here. That's as I'm understanding the goal of the community and the goal of the city, and the process with the AECOM is to take advantage of this location to create some energy and to infuse this place with a diverse mix of uses, activities, business, culture, city, residential, possibly. And to my understanding, that's not a determined, final decision at this point, but certainly the possibility is there. The strategy has been strongly informed by the unique challenges of this site and the opportunities of this site, the complex nature of the existing civic facility, the sinuous storm drain, which you can see in green swirling through this image, the many oak trees, which we're really interested in working with and trying to care for in this plan, the topography, which adds an interesting dynamic, and of course the energy from the boulevard that's right there. So despite all of that, I think the design strategy addresses the program goals that were defined in the Downtown Core Master Plan. The result, I'm firmly believing, is going to be a vital mixed-use downtown core that can serve as a catalyst for the broader downtown that you're seeking to create. And with that, I will hand it back to Akbar, and I guess we're gonna share a little fly-through video with you. So, the technology is quite amazing that we can create these mock-ups of places and then take a trip through them and see them from different vantage points. And really, honestly, all of us, we can understand the spaces, the relationships in a very different way than when I first began in architecture. We did not have these tools. It was colored pencils, felt pens, and ink. This is mind-blowing to me that we can do this, and I'm going to take a lot of credit for it. I've learned how to do this stuff, and much to the chagrin of my team, because they can't pull me off of it now. But here we're gonna come down and stroll down the new narrow Main Street, and again, it's a car-tolerant environment. Here you can see an arcade added to the face of the existing office building, the light court in the distance, the Cobley Theater stair, the permeability of that building, the terraces, there's the public market. We're going to spin around, and this is the admin building on the left, the Share Forum there where we're sitting right now, a mock-up of a potential city hall building of some sort, the mixed-use street, Main Street. And interestingly, that storm drain creates a number of small parcels, and I think that actually adds interesting texture to the project rather than larger, massive buildings everywhere. But even the larger buildings, the intention is to break them down, break them into pieces, create that permeability that we've been talking about. Here's a passage between the civic building and the residential. Here's the bridge over the Share service court to the city services. This is really flying. The Kavli Theater portico, the terraces, the new terrace where the delightful reflecting pool was. We're going to zip around and take a quick look at a possible amphitheater site. That's the Lakes residential there in the background, the box, and the Lakes retail behind the amphitheater there. And we'll come back down to the town square. We'll pass the inclusive playground. And again, all of these are ideas, these are placeholders for deliberation, talk, and exploration. So here's the playground next to the public market, next to the garden for dining and entertaining. And there you see the kind of the whole of the town square, that drive that goes through the project where a farmer's market can occur, that is primarily pedestrian but can accommodate service vehicles, things of that nature. So that's it in a nutshell. I think I've talked enough. Ready to...
And I'll take it from here. Thank you, Nick. And I'm going to just cue up the presentation one more time, please. Just taking a look at these three concepts now that the council has seen. We have our existing City Hall program. We have the 2019 AECOM plan, and now we have just seen the 2023 RRM plan. These were the 6 pieces of homework that we gave RRM at the beginning of the project. And then down below are these 3 broad goals that were taken from the DCMP. This is kind of a basic color coding here. In red is it doesn't really address that goal, and yellow means it kind of did it. And then in green, it's meant to signify that it fully addressed that particular goal. What we see is what RRM set out to do, and that was to take the 2019 plan and build upon it and take it one step further. And we feel that they've done that. When designing this conceptual design, we took made a lot of assumptions, frankly. We've already talked about the architectural style, but in addition to that, we made a lot of assumptions on the structural front. As an example, the grand staircase concept that we've talked about right in the middle of City Hall, converting that to actual walkable stairs, while we think that's a great idea, we need to do some further investigation to find out, is it structurally, physically possible? In a similar vein, the geotechnical, while we can achieve the grades, we don't know what's below the surface today. When it comes to groundwater or blue rock, we may encounter those things that could have a material change to the program if we find out those things. And the last one, and this is probably most important, is the market viability and financing strategy. How do we best leverage private investment to realize and deliver a project like this? So these are all the areas that we really need to focus on. We did this entire effort under city manager authority, and we want to look to actually move forward with this project and investigate these things further. And when developing this scope, we really asked ourselves one main question, and that is if we were to come back to City Council in the spring with a final concept and asking them to endorse a final design and move forward with the design agreement, what are the pieces of information that they would need? And that's really what informed this design. There's a lot on here, but I'm just going to highlight just a few things. The first one is the 3 design styles, and we talked about the architectural style. This scope is going to allow for 3 different designs that we can kind of try on, kind of apply a different skin and see which one fits best. And we can do a mix of different architectural styles if we want. That's all included in this scope. In addition to that, we'll also have an updated tree report on the health of our oak trees out front. Second thing I want to highlight is the phasing plan. I think there's some questions around how are we going to maintain business continuity if we're making edits to this building, and how are we going to continue to serve our residents and businesses in the midst of a construction site. And then third, as I mentioned just a minute ago, is that market analysis and that financing strategy, really coming up with a pretty defined slate of costs and figuring out how we're going to go about actually producing this financially. Just a quick timeline of the steps up ahead, should council give us direction to proceed. We're here tonight on November 14th. with a professional services agreement. Given pending council direction, we would continue to investigate these assumptions that I just showed a couple slides ago. And then we would take that and go back out and re-engage the community. And I use the term re-engagement very intentionally because I want to remind the council and the community that this entire program was based on multiple layers and repeated community input along the way. And so as we refine this concept, we want to go back out into the community, show them, hey, this is what you said 4 years ago. We've now made some what we feel are improvements to the program. Are we headed in the right direction? And then report back to City Council on that feedback. If all goes according to plan, we'll be back in front of the City Council in Q2 of next year to talk about a design agreement. So these are your 5 recommendations as stated in your staff report or paraphrased. I just want to highlight one thing, and that is on item number 4 here, you'll see approve a budget appropriation for $216,000. This does not match the $535,000 you saw a couple slides ago, and that's because you have already set aside some funds in a project that are being carried over. So this is the delta that we're asking for of $216,000. One last comment on the recommendations. I just want to clarify. This recommendation tonight does not obligate the council to this exact program. It does not commit any funding beyond the proposed scope, and this is definitely not the last bite at the apple. We're really just getting started, as Nick alluded to several times. What it does do is it does provide staff the resources to further explore these things, investigate, and then provide the best information possible to City Council so you can make an informed decision sometime next year. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
Council, any questions of staff? Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting, very encouraging. Are you open at this phase at this juncture, to input? I realize and you made that point several times, that this is a conceptual exercise at this point. But are you open to input as to ways this conceptual exercise might go as you?
You mean from the council?
Yeah.
Councilmember Newman?
Yeah.
If there's anything you're willing to offer, we're definitely
yeah. I mean,
ears are
there
open.
are two things I'd like to suggest. Number one, I'm very encouraged by the public shared spaces that are here, whether it's the public market or whatever. They help create a sense of there. And we have some of that already with our excellent theaters, but those are indoor spaces. So to the extent you can maximize that shared public space, we don't have enough places like that. We have some, but they're kind of disjoint. To have them at these central locations would be great. The other thing, I know, again, you've warned several times, this is conceptual, don't take these buildings as literal, and I'm about to do that. There are some really outstanding examples of our landmark oak trees on the property right now that are quite impressive in their size, and they provide shade and other environmental benefits. A lot of what I saw in the conceptual diagram are significantly smaller trees. So my ask would be, or my guidance would be, to the extent that you focus on tree preservation, not only because it's a good thing to do, it's a smart thing politically as well. I think there would be very significant pushback from the community if there are significant numbers of tree removals or encroachments. So to the extent we can preserve that great natural resource we have here, while at the same time adding all these other wonderful features you're describing, I think that would be very well received. That's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Engler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Lost you there. You're on mute again.
Go off mute there. Okay. Sorry. Put back on mute. When I first moved here, the one thing I did notice is we did not have a sense of place in Thousand Oaks, such as some other cities that have a traditional city hall or downtown area. It's something that Thousand Oaks is many things, but it doesn't have that. what I'm seeing here is an opportunity to create some, a sense of place. And that is well worth pursuing, studying it and looking at ways that we can make this thing happen. I think my question really is, and it's going to kind of highlight some of the things, and I think I'll tag along a little bit with my colleague, Mr. Newman. We do have some beautiful examples of oak trees out in front of our city hall. But currently, they're sort of just out there. And I would love for the general public to be able to get up close and next to these trees in a way that celebrates them as part of our heritage and our namesake. Is that part of the plan to have people have the availability to get up close to these trees?
Absolutely. I want to say that we have a landscape architect, a woman out of our San Luis Obispo office who's been involved in this plan, and she's very dedicated and committed to taking care of trees, especially oak trees. We have a site plan with a red dot locating every tree on this piece of property. And anything that we've done that might interfere with that, she is, very careful to admonish. And to one of the reasons that the plan has this unique shape is because of the effort to work around and integrate the trees. So I totally embrace the concern. We're excited about. I love the idea that people could gather under oaks to picnic, to watch what's happening in the in the more busy areas. We just completed an affordable housing project in the city of Ventura where we were able to keep numerous mature trees, and the end result of the project feels like it's been there for a long time because it coexists with those trees. The trees are wonderful assets. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's, like I said, not only just to preserve the trees, but to allow people to actually experience the trees. And I see that you're trying to work around that aspect as well. So thank you for that.
Definitely, thank you.
In terms of where we are going tonight, I think it's incumbent upon us really to look at this as a golden opportunity to create something in Thousand Oaks. The one thing I would ask is that we look at it in totality of what other properties in the area might do in the future. How is the lakes going to work too with us? How is the properties to the west of our west side properties? How are they going to work through it? Those are things that will help make some synergy between all the property owners in the area, not just our property, which is a substantial amount of land that we could really make something out of. But how are we approaching our other tenants and landlords in our general area here? I guess that's more for Akbar.
Thank you, Councilmember Engler. Of course, as we kind of enter this next phase after tonight, engaging some of those local property owners along the boulevard, Toba included, that's absolutely going to be part of our outreach program. And again, I think just signaling to the community, not just business owners and property owners, but just residents and other visitors, that we are resuscitating this effort is going to naturally generate some curiosities and some interest. And so that is certainly on our list to do over the next several months as we embark on this next stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my two questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Bob, we should visit our oak trees. They're lonely. They don't get much attention at this point. Anyway, we're in the question part of the presentation. So what we're really being asked tonight is to allow RRM to do some scoping work, basically, to test some of the assumptions and the concepts that we've looked at, that you've shown us tonight, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to look at economics, at phasing, and architecture, but one key thing, we're going to still be asking for community feedback, are we not?
That'll be a steady heartbeat every step of the way. And as I mentioned, many members of our community that were engaged on this project, it's been a few years. And so going out and re-engaging the community and testing some of these design thoughts is going to be critical.
Yeah, we've done a good job at that along the way. I want to be sure we continue with that. And then ultimately, the council will be able to look at what's beyond a concept to an actual proposal, and we can have some specific comments to that, correct?
Correct. Assuming we move forward tonight, we would investigate these assumptions that we've talked about this evening. I imagine that we'll encounter at least one thing that's going to materially change the concept that's shown tonight, and then we would show a summary of those changes to you in the springtime, as well as the community feedback that we've received since.
I'm sure there will be, yeah. And then the ultimate culmination in this exercise would be an RFP, a request for proposal, would it not?
Correct.
Okay, just want to get the time sequence in there, and I'm glad to see that we'll continue to seek community feedback. Thank you.
I have to say that, again, this is a concept, it's a blue sky. What are options and possibilities here? I'm always amazed as to how interior designers and architects can look at either a current property or one that's just a blank slate and create something rather magnificent out of it. It takes a special eye and a special person to do so, and RRM has done a very nice job with this. I wanted to ask you how, I think this would be for Akbar. 1710, the construction there had challenges with granite as well as water and so forth that was not anticipated, driving up the costs. What are the steps from our perspective that we can take to help mitigate those kind of cost overruns that occur with, wow, we got down there 15 feet and we found out we've got granite or water or whatever the case may be? How can we avoid that?
I can share the core sampling process with you, but if Cliff is on the line, he could probably share a lot more eloquently than I can.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, Cliff. Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, the answer to your question is simple. The more information we can gather about what we can't see under the ground, the better. And that will inform us on whether these concepts will work and what we can anticipate as we move into the design phase and ultimately construction.
Very good. I enjoy the concept, as I believe was Councilmember Newman mentioned, about the versatility of the spaces. One of the possibilities we could do is, for example, a business incubator by partnering with our local universities like Cal State Channel Islands, Cal Lutheran, Moorpark College, their schools of business, to allow those students to take the next step in developing a business model through those versatile spaces, and then launch to something a little bit more grand here in our community, keep the business in our community, but it started here in this City Hall master plan. Is that a possibility for a business incubator to help those new entrepreneurs coming out of school?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, one of the slides I think we showed in the presentation called that out specifically as one of those potential uses. And so as we look at what uses we can bring onto the site, that'll absolutely be contemplated as one of them.
Excellent, excellent, good to hear. We'd like to encourage that business development in our city. The other, again, to come to another concept which is really quite interesting and offers some unique opportunity here, is the housing, both mixed use, there along that new street that you had there. Our community is going to be challenged, if not already, but sometime in the near future, with attracting and keeping teachers, our residents, and our hospitals, fire, police, city, county employees, police, fire. It's going to be a challenge. Are we able to, as a city, I don't know if this is for Akbar or for perhaps one of the other city staff, to allow that to happen so we can make that part of the package, as if you want to come work here at the City of Thousand Oaks, this is part of the package. Or we have teachers here in the area that want to come in but can't find, one, a place to live, and two, affordability. Can we accommodate them with this project by coming in at a price lower than the market currently exists so they can get a foothold here?
I'll jump to that one. I think the short answer to it is it's way too soon to know, even if housing will be viable on the site. we're going to contemplate any number of mix of uses over there. That's certainly be one that we take a look at and talk through, but there's lots of complexities to it. As we do that, there will be discussions around the financing strategy associated with that. There's dozens of which you could look at and explore, and I can assure you that as we would with any project that is driven by the city, by city council, we're going to explore all those opportunities in great detail and provide you with a menu of options to contemplate.
Excellent. And my last question, and then we'll turn it over to public comment, is the public-private partnership to make this work. Have we moved down a path in that direction to see if that is viable, given the high interest rates, carrying costs, labor costs, materials cost? How does that look at this point, or is we premature again?
I'll take that one too, then Akbar can add as needed. Just as a reminder to council, because this has spanned different councils, there are certainly going to be all range of potential partnerships associated with bringing something like this to fruition over the course of many, many years. Public-private partnerships will be one of them. City-run lease opportunities will be another one. One interesting thing to remember is when this building was first opened, it housed a bank, it housed a cafeteria, it housed a number of different things. So this facility itself had lease components as part of its history. So the way in which all those individual pieces function would be informed certainly by the financial viability study, the economic viability study. But also it's important to remember that the city council has, several city councils now have set aside fairly significant funding towards, and granted a drop in the bucket for what this would cost in the overall, but in reserves, upwards of $30 million set aside towards this action. So there is some initial seed money associated with that that is substantial and will allow the council some degree of autonomy to look at phasing as you move forward.
Excellent, thank you. We have 2 speakers for public comment. Again, this is going to be 3 minutes for the public speakers. I'd like to have first step up Kyle Rohrbach, and behind Kyle will be Danielle Borgia. Kyle, you've got 3 minutes when you begin.
Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Kyle Rohrbach. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I have lived here long enough that when I was a Wildwood Tiger, I have a ceramic tile out in front from when this building was first erected. Longtime Thousand Oaks resident. And I am, I'm also part of a demographic and generation that seeks to live here for the foreseeable future. And as has been mentioned many times tonight by the designer, by city staff, by you all, we seek a place of belonging and a place that fosters community. And I think what you have in front of you tonight is the very beginning of that potential being realized here on this campus. You know, it is no surprise and should come as no shock that the potential for arts and culture to thrive in the next generation of this campus really is astounding. When you look at the concepts that were brought before the council tonight, the potential of an amphitheater, the potential of connected pathways, increasing access, making it significantly more pedestrian friendly, is inviting the community in to come participate in the city in a way that we haven't seen, frankly, in the last handful of years. You know, a lot like, I think a great idea of a business incubator similarly could be an artist incubator, right? I could see a world where a young artist has some kind of incubation or residency here in an office in the city services building, spends time, spends their money, spends, you know, their effort here on campus in a downtown, and then performs at the amphitheater, right? Like there are so many scenarios of people having potential success here that contributes back to the community and then invites the community to come back and give back to them. Really, I see it as a reciprocal effort. So all in all, this is really good for culture. It's really good for the arts. It's really good for our community. And at the end of the day, it's really good for a sustainable economy here in Thousand Oaks. So my ask of you tonight is to approve the delta in funding to move this on to the next step. And the final request is for you as a city council to insist, as was mentioned earlier by staff, that this remains a community-engaged process, because that is what ultimately is going to make this feel like a place of belonging for everyone here. Thank you so much.
Next up, Danielle Borgia.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Danielle Borgia, President of the Chamber, also a Thousand Oaks resident, and so excited that this campus master plan has resurfaced and we are able to get to work on this vision for our new downtown. The two things that always rise to the top when we talk to our businesses in our community are housing and the lack of a downtown. And just seeing this potential vision in front of us tonight on still renderings, and if you think about how that would feel if there were actually people activated in those spaces, outdoor dining, walking around, maybe a farmer's market, you have residents walking through, you have people going up to a show that can actually connect with businesses prior to going to a show. We're losing a lot of, our residents locally that travel to LA to be able to experience kind of that dinner and a show really kind of experience for an evening, and we can provide that right here. Sometimes it's about the packaging. We kind of have to package it a little bit different. It's all here. We just need to show it in a new way, and I think it's just gonna be such an opportunity for our community. And I know the businesses are gonna have a lot of feedback on the plan, and we're excited to continue to be part of that process. And I would just ask you to, approve this tonight so we can take the next steps in that process and really see where this plan might take us. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Staff, any comments for the comments that have come forth? Any? We're good. Council members, any questions or any comments? We're good. All right. With that, then let's open up to council discussion here and/or a motion. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, anybody who's lived in this town long enough knows this has been a long path to get to the point where we could actually have a downtown here in the city of Thousand Oaks. But it's a path worth pursuing, and we're just getting a little closer tonight. I remember most of you know Ray Olson. He was part of one of the founding families here in the city of Thousand Oaks. And about 35 years ago, he said, "We need a place." And those four little words ended up creating the Kavli and the Sheriff Forum Theaters. Well, there's four new words. We need a downtown. And we're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. This is so important. I can't begin to tell you. I went to Amgen not all that long ago and met with all the top executives there, talking about Amgen's place in the community. And as we left, I said to them, if there's one thing we could do for you, Amgen, what would that be? I've told this story before. You know what they said to me? Build us a downtown. This is the company that employs, 7,000 people, part of the Dow 30, telling us to build them a downtown because they need to recruit and retain people for their organization, especially young, professional, talented people. And I'm convinced that this downtown, and it will be for everybody, but in particular, attract those young people that we're looking for, because we are in an aging community and we really need to bring in the next generation. And if this downtown is done correctly, we will do just that. And Nick mentioned an interesting word, urbanism. Urbanism. A lot of people come to Thousand Oaks to flee urbanism, right? Because we're 50% open space and 50% houses, basically. But a lot of people flee urbanism, but still want some of the amenities that urbanism offers. So this little downtown of ours could provide those kind of amenities that people are looking for. And then they can go back to their suburban house and go to their open space, but we can have that one little bit of urbanism here in the center of our town. I think that's really important. Everybody's talked about we need a gathering spot, we need a cultural hub, we need an identity. All those things are true, and I think Nick mentioned this as well. We're hoping this becomes catalytic. That it isn't just the 20 acres that we have here. that it spreads to the gardens of the world. You know, we try to develop between Herbs and Conejo School. Maybe we can build this downtown out a little bit bigger than where we are right now. And I think that could be a real benefit. So to me, this is vital to the future of the city of Thousand Oaks. It's something we've been missing. It's something we need. This is the next big step. And you could probably tell I'm in favor of it. So I don't know, Mayor, you want, why don't we, I don't necessarily have to make the motion because I'm on the committee. But
let's do this. Let's give it over to Mr. Engler and see if
Yeah,
he wants to make the
very good,
motion.
very
What do you
good.
think?
You know what? I would, Mr. Mayor, I would love to make that motion.
There you go, Bob.
Staff recommendations and to kick it off. I too, I think, as I mentioned earlier, when I first came here, that was the one thing I noticed, the puzzle piece that wasn't existing in Thousand Oaks was a gathering location, a place that would be something where people, if something happened, they would come and feel that they were part of the city. I remember when the Borderline incident happened 5 years ago. People didn't have that. They didn't have a natural place that they would say, I need to go there because I know people will gather there. That's one thing we do not have in Thousand Oaks. And this action we're taking tonight, hopefully, is a way in which we will get on the road to creating that location where people know this is the heart of our city. It's going to be a long process. I'm very happy, like one of our speakers, Mr. Rohrbach, said, this is going to be involving the community and getting more feedback. But I think, as my colleague, Mr. Adam, just said, this is the step to a new Thousand Oaks that will have the ability to attract younger folks and also make us have that sense of identity that perhaps we don't have right this minute. So I would make that recommendation and urge my colleagues to join us.
Could you state 12A, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for me? You did?
I said 12A, I don't know if I said 12A, but 12A staff recommendations.
Excellent, sir.
Including CEQA.
Excellent. Mr. Newman.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
I'm looking at a unique word that you used called unique to describe the structure we're sitting in right now. You're very generous. I would call this one of the ugliest buildings we've got in Thousand Oaks, and it's the biggest keep off the grass sign you could have. It was one that was done, and I'm glad we're looking at improving upon it because it sure does need a facelift. And I like how you're going to work with the bones that we have to enhance the look that we were looking for. I love the interior feel that you've created. It's a great way to create, again, a sense of community within the community. I love the concept of business incubators and or, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, Mr. Rohrbach, about, we could have art fairs, we could have artists come in and so forth and use those facilities. Retaining of the landscape and the beauty that we have here speckled in between the buildings and so forth. I think this is a revitalization of City Hall and downtown area. And as Mr. Adams said, this would be a great place for people to gather and become a social spot for which they want to do. I love the amphitheater, so people can have performances there and walk over to the lakes and back again. It's a great opportunity here. Look for that business incubator to occur and look forward to the development. This has been a long time in coming. A lot of gyrations and renditions that have come to get it to this point. Look for continued public input. And I think we're going to wind up with something really quite stellar here in Thousand Oaks when it finally gets done. RRM, thank you very much for your efforts on this. With that, I'm going to ask City Clerk to move the vote.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Taylor abstaining.
Excellent, thank you. We're going to move to item 16, City Manager. Mr. Powers, you're on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Be very brief. We'll be back 3 weeks from tonight. Main focus of the evening will be general plan consideration. That's it.
Thank you much. Until December 5, we are adjourned.